Hello, everyone. Hello. My name is Mad Geek Tom, and welcome to my Thursday morning stream. So, for those who are not familiar with yours truly, I stream on Thursday mornings, and I stream on Saturday nights, and I don't know what the fuck this accent is. I just note that it is fake as shit. So, I hope everyone is doing well. I'm here. Emily is here. And Chance is here. Say hi, Chance. Of course, yep, we've sorted out some sound effects, not a lot. I've got that, I've got that, and I've got that. So, some fun to be had today. And, of course, looking forward to streaming on Thursday mornings. I just like streaming in general. I realize, when I started streaming again, thank God for my new PC build. I forgot how much I love doing it. And, the thing is, right, streaming is one of those things where let me readjust my mic. So I need to get, a weight, because, the mic that I use, right, so this is an Audio-Technica, it's a shotgun mic. I forgot the model, but it's a shotgun mic. And the thing about shotgun mics is that because people who, when you use a shotgun mic, typically it's mounted to a boom, and you have a boom operator. If you're from a TV show or movie, and you don't have a method to directly mic up the person in front of the camera, the actor, the person in the scene, typically you'll have a very long, essentially a long mic stand with this type of mic attached to the end of it. And you would point it, because this mic is very directional, so it's pointed at my mouth. If I point it off to the side, it doesn't pick me up very well. And then if I turn it towards the camera, you probably can't really hear me. And what you're picking up is the sound probably of bouncing off the monitor into the mic. So it's a very directional microphone, right? It will only kind of pick up whatever is in front of it, not really anything off to the side, at least not as well. It's always right here. And let's do it like this. If I'm behind the mic, yeah, it doesn't really pick up a whole lot outside of the echoes. So the problem, I don't know why the camera is following my microphone. Oi, my face is over here. Thank you. So the thing is, right, so the reason why shotgun mics are so lightweight is because you have somebody holding the mic like this for long periods of time usually. And so you have to keep it light. And that's why there's two types of shotgun mics. One's with the battery in them, and where you can put either a AAA or AA battery inside of the microphone. I have an SC Electronic mic, shotgun mic. It's a mini shotgun mic that mounts on top of a camera, video camera. That one has a AAA battery that goes directly into the microphone, because these require phantom power. So they have the ones with the batteries that are in it, and then ones that don't. This one does not. This one runs off 48-volt phantom power, much like most condenser mics do. And a shotgun mic is a type of condenser mic. It's just very directional. And the downside, though, is because a lot of these boom arms for streaming, right? So these spring-loaded arms generally are built for mics like the Shure SM7, mics like the... let's get some music playing. Mics like the Electro Voice RE20, even if you are rich, the Neumann U47, right? Or an Audio-Technica AT2020, which is a little bit of a heavier, but a small, inexpensive condenser mic. Very good starter mic for streamers and YouTubers. And it sounds amazing. Does the AT for what you pay for it? I don't know what the going price is for an Audio-Technica AT2020. But I do know that what you pay for it and the quality you get out of it is really disproportionate. It's weird. That mic has no business sounding as good as it does. The AT2020. Anyways, so a lot of these boom arms are spring loaded and are designed for heavier mics. Well, my little shotgun mic weighs less than half a pound, if that, and it doesn't weigh down. So if I try to pull it down, it just goes right back up. So even if I increase the tension on the springs and shit, it's gonna Like I can't really tighten it. So like I just kind of deal with the fact that my microphone just doesn't like. I can get it like generally pointed in my direction, kind of downward pointing, which is what it's designed for. So like angled downwards slightly, and like the chair doesn't help either. Like this is if you catch some of my older streams, you know I used to have an IKEA chair. I have since upgraded to a much better chair. This is a new house. And the reason I went with this chair is because it has full flip up and down armrests, which I typically only use if I'm like at my computer and I have put on ASMR and I'm going to take a nap. And like, it's not a good, by the way, don't ever do this. It's not a good idea to take a nap in front of your computer because like that shit fucks you up, like psychologically. But I do it because I'm an idiot. So there'd be times where like if I'm watching something and I'm like dozing off, I'm like, well shit. I'll put on some ASMR. I'll either crank up my speakers or I'll put headphones on, depending on whether or not my head has lotion on it. And I'll put on, like, my favorite ASMR artist is from a Rift, so I'll put him on, set it on loop, and I'll be like knocked out for like 2 hours. And yeah, this chair, you know, the only thing I wish I had, because New House makes chairs like this, they have an office chair that has a retractable leg rest, which if I got that chair, it's over. Like it retracts underneath the seat, and you pull it out, you put your legs on it, and it works just like a fucking recliner. If I got that chair, it's over. Like there's no longer hope for me. I am going to become like the people in WALL-E, and I'm already kind of there anyway. Like I'm a thick boy, so. Yeah, enough of that, though. Enough of the greeting. I hope that everyone's doing well. Let's go ahead. Let's have ourselves some fun, and let's dive into some Car Mech Sim. Because, like, for whatever reason, this game just does not get old to me. Right? Like, this game is just too damn good. For me, anyways. So, I don't remember where we left off. I do know that I think we had just wrapped up a story... I think a story-driven car. Either that, or we had picked up something ridiculous as one of our extra car jobs. So, I wanted to point out as well. I never mentioned this previously. So the interesting thing about this game is that to make the most money, we would do like where the money is at. Hold on, let me turn the. There we go. Where the money is at is in restorations. So we can go get a barn find, rebuild that car to factory new, and sell it and make a shit ton of profit. The problem is we don't have enough money, enough credits right now to do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to work our way towards fully upgrading our garage, getting all the extra stuff. So eventually we're going to be able to open this area, which will have like things like repair, the ability to repair parts. We'll be able to open this shipping container, which will allow us to recycle parts, which also allow us to do things like upgraded cars and car tuning, which is it's a passion of mine, which unfortunately due to things, this thing called money, I can't really do a whole lot of. So car auctions, barn. So I'm not a high enough level for a barn yet. And I'm not high enough level for the car auctions yet, but we can go to the junkyard and we can go to the car salon. But like I said, we don't have enough money to do a full rebuild from a junkyard car. So let's pop in, check out our orders. Okay, so we got another. Let's grab this. This is another story-driven car. So this is a BMW. This looks like a BMW. Which engine is in this one? The V8. So this must be the E46 M3. The M3 E46. Because I know the first generation M3, which was the E30, had that turbocharged inline 4. The second generation M3, which was the E36, had a turbocharged inline 6. And this must be the This must be the E46 M3, which uses the BMW V8. So while that's that, let's see what other orders we got. So any orders that give us bonuses, so credits and XP bonuses. So we want that one. So take that one. Whoa! And then we'll take. There's another one here. Oh, okay, we'll take this one, which that's a Mitsubishi Eclipse. This might actually even be the Eclipse. What is it? I forgot the submodel or the trim. Because this one, that's the non-turbo model. Oh, but it's the all-wheel drive. Okay, yeah. So it's definitely. Let me see here. Exhaust manifold. Ugh, that's pretty bad. So that is weird as non-turbo. So that's like, that's not the that's the Mark 1 Special Edition OTS. It's weird because like the top trim Eclipse has the 4G63 turbo in it from the Evo. Not a lot of people know that, which is insane to think about. Because to say that we could get, in essence, a Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution, just not an Evo, in the United States before the Evo got here, which the first generation Evo to make it to the US, I think it was the Evo 8. Nonetheless, before that, it was funny. So Mitsubishi had a deal with Chrysler back in the 90s. So the Eagle Talon and the Plymouth Laser, and the Mitsubishi Eclipse, all the same car. The Mitsubishi 3000 GT, or also known as the Mitsubishi GTO, the Dodge Stealth, and the Plymouth. I forget what it was called. But Plymouth had a name for it too, but that was also the same car with the same problems. Like, so the Mitsubishi 3000 GT, right? That fucking car. Oy. that car. Oh boy. Wait a second. Do we have the test track yet? We do. All right. All right, this is the easiest way to troubleshoot problems in the car. So we don't have to go to the test track anymore. Okay. Whew. All right. All right, so now we know. Now we know the problems. Let's put it back on the lift. So the test path, very handy for finding, I got an achievement. Finding issues with the suspension, any issues with the bushings, and brake issues. So now we know something isn't discovered. So let's go ahead and do an examination. We'll examine everything else. Hopefully it's not another bushing, because that would fucking suck. But given that we have the test path, we can pretty much diagnose every problem now that could potentially show up in our shop, which is great. That's why I got the test path. So that's very handy to have. Let's open this case since we're here. Open! Okay, we got 5 cards. Let's open 2 and 5. Got a credit bonus. Another crate. Let's open another one. Alright, let's do 1 and 4. 1, XP bonus. Credit bonus. Sweet. Alright, let's look for another crate, but you know how it is with RNG. Alright, so... Alright, the fuse box looks okay. I'm willing to bet the ABS is fucked. That's the last thing that we don't... It's probably the ABS that's fucked up. We'll probably open up the front cargo, and sure enough, it'll be... That's the thing. I'll never forget, though. I think, what was it, last stream? No. I think it was 2 weeks ago I was playing this game. No, it was last week. And there was one part in a story car, and I could not figure out what it was that needed to be fixed. I almost stripped down the entire engine only to realize it was the fucking distributor cap. Because of course it was. Yeah, so that was that was fun. Alright, so did we end up figuring it out? I am gonna take a gander here. Yeah, sure enough, it's probably the ABS module. But let's run the oh, it doesn't have ODB, right? Because it's an older car. Well, I don't think this is gonna yield anything worthwhile. The piston rings are in surprisingly good shape. Alright, this will probably tell us if the ABS is fucked. Also good to check fuses anyway. Because that's like one of the things that's easy to gloss over. Ooh, that is good. So that is I have a cup of black cherry berry tea. Alright, so all the fuses and relays are good. So that leaves... And we ain't gonna worry about... Wait, no, we ain't gonna worry about that. I'm pretty sure it's the ABS pump. Surely. This has got to be the last part. Aha! It definitely was. Alright, so seeing as how this is a pretty simple fix, let's go ahead and... Alright, I gotta make sure we get the right tires in the right places. So... Alright, so we got the 195s in the front and the 205s in the back. By the way, never remove lug bolts in that pattern. Like I said, ooh, wow. It's a brake rotor. I'll say that. It's definitely a brake rotor. Alright, so this is the correct pattern. You always want to go basically in a pentagram pattern. If it's got 5, if it's got 4, you do a cross pattern. Or you go across. So you go what, that, like that. Alright, so it's at the calipers. Alright, so that's all that one needs. Alright, let's take the rear wheel off. So remember the 205s go in the back. Alright, so these brake pads I think are okay. This axle's got a rusty ass bolt, but we're gonna leave it. This is a Lotus Esprit, right? This is an actual branded, licensed Lotus Esprit, one of the Bond cars. It was the one that you can turn into a submarine. I forgot which movie it was in. But nonetheless, all right. So we need. Let me check the shopping list. I want to make sure it's clear. All right, here we go. Now we can add stuff to the list proper. Alright, and then let me double check, make sure. So 62%. Brake disc, ventilated, brake pads, caliper. And an ABS pump. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, cool. Let's buy them bitches. Alright, so we'll start with the ABS pump first. So that's done. The rest should be pretty easy. Easy enough to find. 2 brake calipers. Whoops. 1 brake disc. 1 ventilated brake disc. And 1 set of brake pads. Alright, let's reassemble everything. So this one... Now this one had that one, I think. We'll put the new ones up front. And then the 205. So that one. It's weird. I don't know why my chat keeps... It's almost like it's disconnecting and reconnecting constantly. I don't know what the deal is. Alright, so that side is done. Let's go ahead. We'll put this one back on. And then the other 205. Also, it's Thursday, which means the Forza weeklies turn over today as well. So, should probably once I'm done here, put on last night's episode of AEW and play some Forza. Alright, one of the 195s. Alright, and then to this side. And then I think that concludes that part of the job. And I think all that's left is to refill the fluids. So let's go ahead and check. Oh, yeah, and of course the ABS pump. And then brake fluid, coolant, power steering, and windshield. So that should be easy enough. Put in the new ABS pump. Reattach the module. All right. So, brake fluid, coolant, power steering, windshield. Got it. You know, I probably should have drained it first, in hindsight. But they didn't specify, so whatever. Alright, and then windshield washer fluid. And then power steering, which is probably back here. Yep, sure enough. All right, and that settles that. off it goes. All right, next car is the hot rod. Wait, before we do that, what does it need? Nagasaki cover from the suspension. All right, to the test path. All right, well, this is handling itself. Oh, it's so good. I say that's an interesting looking shifter there. What if that's the collar that's used to where you can put it in reverse? Also, I realized I forgot to wash the Lotus before I sent it back to its owner. All right, so what's the deal with this car? Oh. So we still don't know. All right. Guess we'll find it soon enough. Because, yeah, typically the test path will tell me if any bushings are out of whack. And if I had to take a gander, it might be one of the bushings. Also, I wonder as well, I was just thinking, because one of the categories in Forza is rods and customs. I should build a purpose-built hot rod drifting car. Alright, so we know it has something to do with the suspension. Oh, it's the leaf spring. I found it. Pretty sure I found it. Yep, leaf spring U-bolt. And, of course, the brake fluid. So, alright, let's go ahead. Alright, so I gotta lift it all the way up. You raised me up. All right. All right, so add that and then sell all of it. Well, that was an easy job. We're done with this one already. All right, let's go to the car wash. Give it a nice interior, good clean. Clean the exterior. Yeah, well, it's a lot nicer on the inside. Alright, and I think that's that. Oh, nope, we still gotta do the, we gotta drain the fluids, so... What was the other thing that needed to be done? Oh, power steering. All right, where is it? There it is. That can't be a good color. All right, let's go ahead, refill it. Damn, I can't see the line. Yeah, it was fine. I was just thinking. Like, so the early cars, right, back in the day. Whoops. Imagine, right, like, having a car in the early 1900s. And the fucker doesn't have brakes. Like, think about that for a second. I mean, it probably did have brakes, but not the brakes you're thinking of. Alright, so let's move this in. Alright, what's the deal with this one? Brake system needs fixing. You know what that means? Have another swig of tea. Oh, so good. Also, I'm willing to bet in this car the ABS module's fucked. This is interesting. One of my first car almost was a Mitsubishi Eclipse. Very similar to this one, actually. Black and everything. But I'm willing to bet, yeah, one of them is the ABS module. So let's look at the list here. Yep. Alright, let's go ahead. It's got slicks. Okay, so whoever owns this car, they probably abuse the shit out of it on the track. All right. We're getting a lot better at doing this really fast. Alright, so that's that. Let's mount this back on with the new parts. Put the slick back on. Alright, so that knocks that out. And we'll put in the new ABS module and ABS pump. If only it was this easy in real life. Hey, that order's done. Alright, I think... Yeah, so that's all the queued up orders. Alright, let's do this Beamer. Oh my goodness, this thing. Okay. What's wrong? Oh my goodness. Hey, hi. So yeah, I borrowed the car from my dad. Kind of doesn't know about it because I was on a business trip. And you see, it happened that I was driving home at 9 and something jumped out in front of the car. I was driving very slowly. Liar! I really was. I didn't manage to brake and you can see the results of that in front of you. The car was thrown around a bit. It cannot be that bad, can it? Please do what you have to cover up the tracks. My father would hate me if he realizes that I messed up. I messed around with his gem. It's his beloved car. Yeah, it's an E46 M3. Please make it quick. Alright. So the body parts are fucked. So the question is, can we start the car? If we can't, that's gonna suck. I feel like, yeah, you know, let's just fuck it. Let's just do it. Of course the engine can't be started. Okay. Back to the lift with you. Wrong lift. Alright. Let's do an initial examination. I'm willing to bet money that the front suspension in some degree is fucked up. Well, the air filters and air intake is surprisingly good shape. Alright, the engine. This is the part that worries me a little bit. I'm also on the bet maybe the oil pan might be fucked. We'll find out. Alright, so the exhaust appears to be in good shape. Drive shaft. Main suspension frames. Rear suspension. Oh, there it is. That's where the problems are. All right. All right, let's also run some diagnostics too while we're at it. All right, engine looks fine. Looks like the engine is in perfectly good shape. No issues there. Doesn't look like. So that's a good. That's good. Compression. Compression looks fine. A little low, but definitely could be worse. So compression's fine. This is the part that worries me a little bit. No. Well, fuel pressure looks fine. So it looks like it's strictly body damage. I mean, there might be some more parts that we don't know about, but we'll ask. Whoa! That tire's fucked as well, apparently. I think so is the wheel. So these are the things that we know so far. I'm willing to bet that the rest of these are bushings. So yeah, I think you can do with the new rim too, probably. Yep, and maybe the brake caliper, brake disc. Ooh, the axle as well. Oh, this whole thing is fucked. What the hell did you hit? Well, the wheel bearing's in good shape at least. I hate working on wheel bearings IRL. Especially since on a lot of modern cars, a lot of them are press fit. Oh, they suck so much. Yeah, the whole passenger side rear suspension is fucked. I don't know how they managed to do that. Jeez, even the end link. Guess I gotta take up the suspension arm. Look at this bushing. Oh, that bushing looks okay. Yeah, those bushings look okay. That part worries me. Thought I saw something. Nope, doesn't look like any of those parts are bad. It's probably a bushing. Oh, it's gonna suck. I'm gonna put everything back together, take it to the test road, and realize it's a fucking bushing. Alright. Alright, so... Whoops. Wait, do I have a paint shop yet? Oh no! I'm gonna have to buy the paint shop for this car. Damn. Okay. Oh, and for starters, it's the oil filter. Okay, so first off, let's drain the oil. Yeah, I realize now that last part was the oil filter. Derp. Alright, so. Yep, oil filter. Okay. So that's all done. Uh-oh. I still have the parts from the previous... Shit. I was doing this. Alright, you know what? I think I know what we need. Alright, so that should be all of it. So these are all parts. So, oil filter. Alright, and then we need the rims and tires. So 235, 35, 18. And then we need the wheels. Where's the wheels? An 18-inch. Cool. All right, so to start with, let's mount that together. All right, wheels balanced. All right, now let's reassemble everything. Nope, not what I wanted to do. There we go. Oil filter. All right, let's put all this stuff back together. Alright, wheel hub. Bearing. Brake disc. Brake pads. Rear drive axle. The brand new rim and tire. Wait, what? Oh, 71%. Oh, wait. No, these are brand new. That's fine. You. I hate you. I hate bushing so much. They're the most annoying part. I passed it. Ooh, the rotors. There, you happy now, game? Piece of shit. Alright. Front bumper, left and right fender, rear bumper, right headlight. Got it. Okay. All right, so we need new California license. Actually, we don't, do we? No, we don't. Just the bumper fenders, bumpers and fenders, and the. Wait, was that headlight or taillight? Oh, it's a headlight. I put the taillight back. Alright, so we want a fender. Alright, and let's reassemble these things. Oh, shit. I put the wrong bumpers on. Oh, and the wrong... Damn it. Okay. My mistake. Um, all right, and then let's go in, take care of the fluids. What was the other thing that needed to be done? Coolant, right. Oh, I am really tired today. I'm surprised. So that's why this is a chill morning stream and not a crazy Saturday night stream. All right, and then oil. All right, where's the dipstick? It's over here. Good enough. All right, so we got to spray the car with factory paint, which means we have to buy. Where is it? The paint shop. All right, so first off, we need to wash the car because you can't really paint a dirty car. I mean, you can, but you're going to trap all the dirt underneath the paint, and that's never good. Yikes. Okay. Yeesh. All right, to the paint shop. All right, and then oh, damn it. I painted it the wrong color. Better pay me extra for this shit. Hey. We made 10 grand from that repair. That's not a small amount of money. All right. Ooh, GMC cargo van. So let's go ahead and get that. Hi, my sister recommending your workshop. Truth be told, when I learned location, I couldn't believe as there was anything standing here at all. And yet here you are. Great garage. Back to the car. Coming in with my truck. Well, van, really. Use it every day at work. It's a bit worn out, but it's not missing anything. Well, yeah. No surprise there. Apart from the engine's crackling and drops in power, I don't see any major problems, but maybe it's a matter of habit. Particularly the suspension of cars are carrying some loads. Do the routine check will make it usable for a few more years. Thanks. I almost overflowed my mug. Oops. good. Alright. So I wonder... Nope. Okay. Well, we're going to have to definitely examine this car, so that goes into the lift. Alright, let's see. What, Alright, so that's XP bonus. Ooh, wow. Spice good condition. Alright, and then that's credit bonus. Oh, it's a Porsche. Holy shit. Oh, oh, wow. It's like a good ass Porsche too. Alright, so that's enough for that right now. Alright, so let's make some money. Work on fixing these cars first. Okay. Damn it. Well, we're about to find out what the issue is with this car. If there's one thing we know, it's that we know that the brakes are fucked, so that should be easy enough to see. Just want to cover all my bases. The hell kind of rear axle is that? Oh. Is this the fuel tank? That is. Should also probably run diagnostics as well. I don't know if this has an ODB port though. Oh, the belt's in bad shape. We know that much. This one might be a bit of a rebuild. Oh, the supercharger's fucked too. Okay. Whoa, look at that. Alright. Yep, doesn't have an ODB port. Figured as much. Can't be started. Of course not. This one is gonna be a pain in the ass rebuild. Alright. Alright, first things first. It's pretty clear that brake needs that caliper at least needs replacing, as well as that one. Let's check the rear. Rear less clear. Alright, so let's take apart the front first. We'll figure this out now. If it's just the front, that makes this job easy. Well, easier, not easy. The pads look fine. something else looks bad in this one. I can't tell. Hold on. It might be something behind it, though. Oh, no. That's the lift. Alright, so the pads are fine. So... this doesn't have ABS, does it? I guess we're going to have to check the rear brakes, too. Alright, so I'd imagine the big-ass wheels are in the back of this one. $275, yep. Woo, yep, found it. Alright, so... I was at 3 and 5. Oh, another case. 1 and 2. Nice. Alright. Alright, so that should be easy enough to take care of. So let's knock these out now. So I don't have to do it later. Whoops. Alright, so the 275 is going in the back, so... Yep. We won't put the front end stuff back on yet. Just in case we need to reach anything that would require us to get into the front suspension where having wheels mounted would get in the way. So we'll reassemble the rear because that's all we have to do for the rear. And as for the front, we'll work on the engine primarily. And to start with, we should probably raise it and drain the oil. So, seeing as how we have to get in the engine anyway. Alright, let's take a look-see. Well, the oil filter looks to be in decent shape. Alright, as for the rest of this stuff. Alright. Wow, it's a dual carb, and they're both 4 barrels. Alright, super... Oh, no, we can't take that off yet. We're going to remove the radiator fan. That belt, which is fucked. Remove the alternator. Remove the belt. And then before we remove the water pump, let's make sure there's no coolant in there, because otherwise it's going to spill all over the floor. Take off the ignition wires. Figured I'd take all of that off just in case. What if the camshaft is in bad shape as well? Guess we'll find out. This overhead valve? We don't know yet. Let's take the engine head. Did I check the battery? No, I didn't. Why didn't I do this check first? Oh, not like it mattered. Never mind. Yeah, everything else, none of that. Oh, none of that would have mattered. Oh, I think I see one of the rockers is in bad shape. Ooh. Power steering, so let's drain that as well. Better be safe than sorry. Want to make sure we don't miss anything. Wonder if we need to get into the cylinders. Alright, well, the crankshaft looks to be in okay shape. Oh, right. Okay. Okay, so let's take off the exhaust manifold. I wonder if the pistons are in bad shape. That's a possibility. Well, based on me clipping, it looks like the camshaft is in really bad shape. I wonder if the push rods are in bad shape too. Well, fuck it. Let's just take off all the rocker arms. We'll do a full disassembly. I hate that there's like each of those rocker arms is individual. Okay. At least if I put the camera just right, the push rods come out real quick and easy. Oh, one of the push rods was in bad shape. Those are some long-ass bolts. Alright, the cylinders look okay. I hear the song and it immediately reminds me of Frank Klepacki. Oh, exhaust manifold. Derp. Okay, here we go. So many bolts. Okay. Alright, so the cylinders look fine. I wonder... Yeah, the camshaft was in bad shape. I wonder... just in case, let's take off the transmission too. Okay, so that all looks fine. Ah, the bearing cap. It's a good thing we did take the whole thing apart. Because the crankshaft, the piston rods, and the pistons all look fine. But it's like, there's something else here that we're missing. Yep. Fucking crankshaft cap. Alright, so that's good. That's good. That's a good thing. Alright, so let's look at our inventory. So we can sell these. Everything else... Alright, I think... Alright, yeah. Alright, here we go. So we need a new alternator, new camshaft, crankshaft bearing cap. These are all good. All those rocker arms, serpentine belt, intake manifold, 2 push rods, and a new water pump. Oh, that's the new electronics, isn't it? So we need 5 of these. Alright, and then So 2 push rods, 5 rocker arms, crankshaft bearing cap. Alright, so all this stuff, yes, that's all we need as far as that's concerned. So let's buy the... Oh, we need the alternator, right. Electronics. Which alternator was it again? That one. Alright. So let's put everything back on. It's a good thing we drained the oil, too. Alright, then we're going to put the flywheel and transmission and stuff back on. So let's throw that back on while we're here. Clutch plate. Pressure plate. And put the drive shaft back on. Alright, so while we're here, we can put these back together. Now that we have more or less figured out what was wrong with the engine. Alright, let's lower. Jumping on myself. I hate it when that happens. Alright, now let's reassemble everything. Alright, ignition coil back on. Put on the new alternator. Put the camshaft, new camshaft. New, not new, old cam gear. Distributor cap. Distributor rotor. Distributor cap. And of course the 2 clips. It's funny how many times I forget to put these back in my previous playthrough when I played on COD Gaming. That was an issue I constantly ran into, is that I always forget to put the clips back on either the air filter, air intake, or the distributor. Would always be missing its clips, and it was always really frustrating because there's such small parts that you don't think about them. But then, like, imagine if, like, you try to turn on the car with the distributor and there was no clips on, and I'm willing to bet that cap would just come flying off and kill your car. All right, so let's put the engine heads back on. All these bolts. Now, we did say that we're going to be turning a lot of bolts this stream. Lo and behold, we're turning a lot of bolts this stream. I'm so glad I don't have to work mandatory overtime this weekend. I'm gonna sleep in so late tomorrow night. It's not even gonna be funny. And then come Saturday, it's another stream. We're doing more Urbex City Builder, and I don't know if y'all saw my tweet for Urbex. I'm gonna nuke the city I've been working on in Urbex that I've been playing on Saturdays, because I realized there's a much more efficient way to build the city. Because if you notice, when I was playing, the way I had the farms and the residential and everything's set up, I would constantly fuck it up where every time I would build new residential, it would just clean out all my food. And so I figured out that there's an optimal way to build a farm / orchard, and as well as an optimal way to build basically a downtown district or an or like a city town district or college town district, where you build it in a specific grid style. And yeah, had I known that, I would have played Urbex very, very differently. I've already put everything else back on the top. Let's put the push rods back in. Alright, we'll just do it like this because it's so much faster to do it this way. If I come in at an angle like this, I don't have to move my mouse much. And the nice thing about the push rods is that they don't necessarily require tools to go in. Although the rocker arm is going to be a pain in the ass. Alright, here we go. I'm never going to bother, with figuring out which ones were which. We'll just put all the new ones on one side. Alright, repeat on this side. You know, let's do it like this. We put in the push rod, put in rocker arm. Push rod, rocker arm. Push rod, rocker arm. Push rod, there we go. Rocker arm. And we just repeat the process till the last 3 remaining ones are put in. All right. So many bolts. All right, and then let's put the top back on. You know, the thought just occurred to me. I wonder in real life I should get, once I move out of the cities, getting a hot rod kit. But instead of putting in like an LS engine, I want to put a straight 6 in it. Because a straight 6 hot rod sounds amazing. Like the idea of it. Alright, before we finish, alright, so we've done everything. Let's go ahead and make sure that all the fluids are refilled. Because I don't want to give the car back and it's like, well, we didn't put any fluids in it, so yeah, have fun. Did I fill it all the way? I did. Okay. And then there should be... Where's the windshield reservoir? Well, there's the brake servo. Is there no windshield washer reservoir? Huh. Weird. And, let's wash it and we'll send it on its way. That actually looks nice. It had a little bit of dirt on it, I noticed, so I think that's it. Oh! I forgot to put oil in the thing. Kind of important. How did I forget the oil? Of all the things. And then just to make sure. Good enough. All right, let's send it on its way. Hey, 4100. All right, so we got the Porsche, so we'll put that... Hold on a second. Oh, that's an interesting sound. You know, I would love to own a Porsche in real life. The problem that I have with Porsche, or Porsche is the correct way, is that when they run, they're great. But if you gotta fix them, shit gets expensive fast. So, yeah, not entirely sure. So it turns out the suspension is fine. Let's move it back to the lifter. I'm willing to bet there's something wrong with the exhaust. So yeah, we'll focus on the Porsche, and then we'll because I think there's only a few things anyway. On the Porsche, so let's go ahead, do the full examination. Gotta put on the long glove and make it bend over. This is an all-wheel drive Porsche as well. Nice guy, we're talking while playing, man. Thank you. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Gotta say, how did you find me? Because I'm always curious. Alright, so in the meantime, we got to consider our examination. While I wait for this answer. Heresy. Heresy? No, of course I could also just come out and outright and say terror pussy, but you know, we're adults here. Unless, of course, you're a bot, at which point I would be surprised. Woi! Well, that explains why it's loud. Whoa, look at that! I forgot. Porsche 911 Turbo. Fucker's got turbos in it. Who would have thought? Alright. Alright, so we know the suspension is good. So the rear exhaust is... We gotta check the gearbox. Oh, the clutch plate. Okay. So we know the gearbox and the clutch plate are in bad shape. This is all stuff that we have to get to from underneath. So, you raise me up. Wow. It's no wonder the transmission is not working correctly. Okay. We gotta take the fucking wheels off so we can take off the rear axle so they can get into the transmission. It's weird, right? So getting so used to seeing front engine cars, it's weird seeing a drive shaft from a rear engine car. Just want to find someone who play CMS 2021 English language. I saw you're the only one. Oh, okay, cool. That being said, now I'm curious. What is the main language that most people who play this game play in? Seeing as how if I'm the only English language, who else is out there? And if you're willing to tell me where you're from, Heresy, because now it's like, okay, I know not a lot of people play this game. I didn't realize I'm the only one who plays this in English, which is interesting to me. So, what about... Oh, the starter! It's always the starter. Gets me every time. This time I can take the starter out from underneath the car. Otherwise, most of the time, to get to the starter, I gotta go through the top down from the engine bay. Wow. Imagine seeing a clutch plate that looked that bad in real life. That would be legit awful. Alright, let's go ahead. Take out this rear exhaust. Alright. So here's what we know we need. A new clutch plate, new gearbox, and new rear exhaust. Alright. So let's start with the gearbox. No, we don't need a custom gearbox. Let's just do the wait. Is it in the main shop? It is. Haha. That's surprising. I'm from Thailand. Don't know no other language except English. Okay. So okay, why? So I'm Cambodian. I should put that out there. Just out of curiosity, seeing as how you are from Thailand, are you a fan of F-Hero, the musician? Just curious, because I'm actually an F-Hero fan. It's summertime! Trying to remember who else is from Thailand. I know that Lisa from Blackpink is from Thailand. La Lisa. But that's an interesting case because she's in a K-pop group. I'm trying to think of who else that I know. There's 1K? I don't remember. There's a couple of rappers that I've heard from Thailand, but I don't remember their names. La Lisa, yep. Favorite member of Blackpink just because... So I'm part Thai, not full, like... Don't speak any Thai. But I have some Thai blood in me because my grandpa grew up near the border. And so he grew up... And if I remember correctly, I think my dad, too, was in a refugee camp in Thailand after the Khmer Rouge. Which is, it's unfortunate, but it is an interesting fact of my family. But I'm surprised, not as surprised to see that you have found me, but I'm surprised you're looking for this game in particular, because, yeah, this is the type of game that is very niche. It's not a lot of people play a game like this. I did it because this is... After taking almost a year and a half off from streaming, no, a year. No, it was a year and a half off from streaming and coming back, building a new computer. I'm back now. I started streaming again this month in February. And so March, I'm going to start getting really deep into it. So, yeah, I mean, feel free to stick around. I stream Thursday mornings and I stream Saturday nights, my time. So, right now, if I can recall, Thailand is either 12 or 13 hours ahead of me. So that means that right now it's either 10 or 11 a.m. in Thailand, if I had to guess. With that being said, I stream Saturday night, so that'd be 9 or 10 or a.m. Saturday mornings for you in Thailand if you wanted to catch on my Saturday streams. But that'd be 9 or 10 Sunday morning for you. Which, yeah, for you right now, if I remember, it's still Thursday. So for you, it'd be Thursday night right now. In any case, welcome. Unfortunately, I don't know any Thai. I know Sawadee, that's all I know. Unless you know Khmer, but I doubt you would know Khmer unless you live near the Thailand-Cambodia border. Yep, Thursday. Yep, 2023. So yeah, 11:23 p.m. in the 12-hour. So yeah, you are 13 hours ahead of me. So you're only about 35 minutes away from midnight. Yeah, because I keep track of the time in Cambodia because I'm Cambodian. Not that I really know anybody there outside of like Vanda and some of the rappers from Cambodia. But, in any case, yeah, so, like I said, welcome, and enjoy your time here. Hopefully, I speak English very fast. Hopefully, I won't throw you off too much, and I know that English is, I know even though it's a secondary language taught, is English taught in Thailand? I know English isn't taught so much in Cambodia. It's more French. But I suppose with tourism. But nonetheless, welcome. And like I said, I hope my English isn't too fast. And if I say something weird, let me know. I say a lot of slang and stuff. So, and I have a weird tendency to mix. So I'm based in the U.S., but I have a weird tendency to mix American and British slang too. So, if I say something weird, let me know if something doesn't quite make sense. All right, so with that done, let's go ahead. We'll get another one. This one, I think, was that a credits bonus? Yeah, it had a credits bonus. So, engine oil. Okay, so all of this stuff. We don't know about that one. But I'm willing to bet it might be well, I suppose we'll find out. Throw this on lift 2. I will work on this, finish it. Then we're going to knock out this GMC van. I like the way you talk. It's really cool stuff. I have so my accent's very weird. So I'm from the northern part of the United States, where it gets fucking cold. Wish I could travel to Cambodia one day. So are you... I won't ask you where in particular in Thailand, unless you're willing to tell me. But it sounds to me like you're not by the border. So... nonetheless, I hope things are well over there. I don't know. I don't keep up with a lot of the news in Thailand. I know in Cambodia... some stuff's going on, but the big thing right now in Cambodia that they're dealing with right now is a lot of Chinese expatriates coming in and opening casinos and bribing officials, which is... that's shit, man. I can't even be mad about it. I mean, I can, but, like... it's just, like, not surprising to me that that's all stuff that's happening there. And, talking with my dad and stuff, too, about it. Obviously he's not happy about it. And I wouldn't be either. Because, like, it's illegal if you're Cambodian in Cambodia to open a casino. Which is, like, kind of messed up, but, you got all these people from China coming in and taking advantage of that. And it's this weird... I don't know, this weird thing that goes on. A lot of loopholes and stuff. And it's also weird knowing, too, that in Cambodia... as a country, it's not very well developed, but it's also one of the fastest growing tourist countries, which blows my mind. Like, it's one of the fastest growing economies in the world. And, see, that's where the issue is for the acceleration. So now we know it's the muffler. Alright, so that makes all of this pretty easy. So, is that all stuff that needs to... yeah, that's all stuff from underneath. So let's go ahead and raise it. Then we'll drain the oil. Now, knowing that you're Thai, now that I'm looking at your name, I'm thinking, Tennessee? I don't know. It's it changes the so, like, with my understanding of language, right? My understanding of language, I know that the context changes with, like, usernames and stuff. So, like, for example, because I watch a lot of Japanese anime, if somebody from Japan were to pop up in my chat, it would change how I pronounce their name. So in Thailand now, many rich, great business people want to do legal business. And also wants to buy property to stay in Thai too. Yeah, it's a common problem just in the whole region. Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, they're all dealing with that shit right now, and it's really annoying. And it's like, and on one hand, it's like, I get it, but it's still not an okay thing to do, right? Because it's like, people have lived here, or people have lived in that country, right? And now you got all these people coming in, and it's like, taking it away from the people who live there. And, that's never good, obviously. So, like, it's annoying that that's a thing, but you know what? Like, people are shitty, and rich people especially are really shitty. Like, we have our own anti-rich movement here in the U.S. So, it's which is weird to say that, because, the U.S. has a reputation for a lot of really shitty things, but, and, especially the whole thing with, like, guns and stuff, it's, the reputation is well earned, but it's not quite what people not from here, are. There's more to it than that. That is the best way to say it. Oh, okay. So I need to take apart the shock absorber. All right. So it's interesting because that's a Ford F-350. That's a real model. But we'll skip that one because I want to get this van done before I finish streaming today. So let's look at my inventory. So I would imagine we need that. Do I need the cap and the spring too? No, just the absorber. All right, so simple enough. All right, so let's start with putting together the new shock absorber. Also, Terrace, you might have noticed, I'm one of the few channels on Twitch that will openly talk about politics, like one of the English ones, because politics are very volatile in the United States, so a lot of streamers won't, and understandably so, will not talk about politics. I will. That does not mean that I won't get angry if somebody says something really shitty, and I've had that happen a couple of times, but nonetheless, talking politics, as long as people are not being assholes or shitty to each other, you can do it here. Just bear in mind that it's under my discretion and the mod's discretions as well. So, yeah. But you don't seem like the type who would, seem to argue with that. And I think me and you, given that we are both Southeast Asian, I just happen to live in the United States, we probably agree on a lot of things. Especially in how shitty the U.S. has treated that entire region throughout history. I will say, though, some of the best movies come from Thailand, too. I mean, let's not forget Tony Jaa is from Thailand. Love me some Tony Jaa. Alright. So all that's left is to put some new oil in, send it back to the owner. I did put the new oil filter in. Oh shit, I didn't. That's great to know, Tony Jaa. Yeah. I watch a lot of Asian action movies. So, obviously I know movies like The Raid Redemption from Indonesia and The Raid 2. I've watched almost, not all of them, but I've seen most of Tony Jaa's movies. Tom Yum Goong, Ong Bak, what are the other ones? Those are the main ones. I know I think he was in one of he was in a Hong Kong movie too, but I forgot what it was. Oh, Sao Po Lang 2. Or Killzone 2, as is known in the US. But yeah, I know. Yeah, I haven't seen all of them, but I've seen a lot of his movies. My introduction to Tony Jaa was the first Ong Bak, and then I think my favorite movie of his that he's done is Tam Yong Gung. And in Thailand and in Cambodia, elephants are important. So it was interesting to watch that, and it's funny because I talked to like a lot of people in America will watch a movie like Tam Yong Gung and not understand why the elephants are so important. They're really important in our culture. Like royalty even is associated with the elephants and stuff. So yeah, but yeah, I know of Tony Jaa, Jija Yanin as well. I forgot. There's another name she goes by. Let me double check. She's the one who's done stuff with Tony Jaa. She's that actress who does Taekwondo. Yanin. Let's see if I can pronounce her last name. Vismitananda. Vismitananda Yanin, but she goes by Jija. Yeah, she was in Chocolate and Raging Phoenix. So love those movies too. I prefer Chocolate than over Raging Phoenix, but Raging Phoenix is good. And she was also in Ong Bak. No, not Ong Bak. She was in Tam Yong Gung too, as well. And I remember she did that movie right before she got pregnant. You know her, but I haven't heard news of her for a long time. Yeah, I know she got married, and that's it. Like she did Tam Yong Gung 2 and then she got married, did Tam Yong Gung 2 and then got pregnant, and then that was it. But yeah, as far as like that and F Hero, I don't know any other like Thai celebrities. Oh, forgot New Oil. And yeah, I have not kept up with Thai movies recently. I do know that I know Cambodia has a couple of new action movies that came out. We did Jailbreak a couple years ago, which is like the first like proper big budget action movie from Cambodia that didn't look like shit. And then what was the other one? Something TV, I forgot. But it's weird because I remember my grandma used to watch a lot of like, I don't know if you call them soap operas but more dramas. Back when I was a kid, my grandma used to watch like Cambodian dub Thai TV shows too. I don't remember any of them. A lot of Hong Kong martial arts movies, a lot of kung fu movies. But and that's kind of, I didn't know it at the time. My grandma, watched like very young Michelle Yeoh, very young Donnie Yen, really early Jackie Chan. And Nguyen Bao and Sammo Hung and a lot of those guys. So, and I didn't know it at the time, but I think my grandma, growing up, planted those seeds in me to end up loving those movies as I got older. Which is always fun, because, I love, like, Hong Kong cinema and Asian action movies and stuff. Because, like, here in the U.S., I hate a lot of the action movies here, unless they're, like, low budget. Like, the big budget, like, action movies here, they don't, the production is really good, but they're not as cool. Like a lot of, like, the Asian action movies are just cool, because they don't have the camera doesn't shake around all over the place. You can just see all the action happening and stuff, and, like, the actual fighting is well choreographed and shit, like actual, like, stuff that you can see is going on. And, that's part of the reason why I love, like, Asian cinema so much. I wonder... Did I check if we could start this or not? Whoops. Okay, yeah, we can't start the engine. Alright, so we'll do the examination. Preliminary examination. And then, so we'll test, we'll do a preliminary examination. We'll test all the electrical. That's all we can do as well at the moment because we can't test anything else. So we'll take care of what we know we can take care of. And figure out the rest later. And I don't know, I forgot what year this vehicle was. It is a 95, so we can use the ODB diagnostic tool. All right, we know it needs a new air filter and a new clutch plate, so that we can take care of. Oh, looks like the cam gear is bad as well. Definitely needs a new belt. Alright, it looks like it needs new leaf springs as well on the back. And I think the wheel hub is bad too. So let's see here. Hold on, let me check my inventory first. Alright, for a start, let's sell all that shit. Alright, so I think we've checked all of that. The fuel tank's okay. It's great to know you like Asian action movies. Yeah, like it's like I said, it's weird because like, especially in the U.S., like Hollywood is like America's biggest export. Like that in our video games, right? Like Hollywood movies are known everywhere. You can be in a country where even Hollywood movies are illegal and you'll find a way to get it. Like bootlegs, pirating, stuff like that. Movies from Jackie Chan. I love Jackie Chan. I grew up watching Jackie Chan. Snake in the Snake in the Eagle's Shadow, Drunken Master 1 and 2, Fearless Hyena, all the Rush Hour movies, all the Police Story movies. I haven't seen all the Police Stories. Police Story, Project A, anything he's done with Sammo Hung and Yuan Bao. I'm trying to remember. Wheels on Meals. Because he's done stuff with Benny Jet. So many. I grew up. I watched a lot of Jackie Chan growing up. I remember Super Cop, Police Story 3, that takes place in Thailand. Even. That was him and Michelle Yeoh. Love Jackie Chan. Not a big fan of his politics, but I love Jackie Chan. Alright, so... Oh, that's a lot of parts. I suppose we'll find them when we get to them. Alright, so let's do some other checks here. Let's do... Oh. No ODB port. Well, can't test compression either. Let's check the electronics. Wow, the alternator is bad. The starter is bad. The fuses all look okay. Same with the relays. I'm willing to bet the throttle's bad, though. No, the battery is fine. It's the starter and the alternator, so those are both bad. Whoops. Now, and just for shits and giggles, let's check the tire tread. Well, it doesn't look like we need to replace any of the tires. But now that I'm looking at it, I'm seeing the radiator fan, I think. No, the radiator fan's okay. It definitely needs a new alternator. Ooh. New sway bar. It looks like could do with some new springs as well. This is a full-on project. Holy shit. Okay. I think yep, that's a new needs new wheel bearings as well. Sway bar, steering rack looks okay. Tie rods look okay. Let's go to the back quick. All right, so the leaf springs, knuckle housing. I'm willing to bet the brakes are not in good shape either. It looks, yeah, they look pretty bad back there. Need new shock absorbers. All right, this is all stuff that like. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to start with, seeing as how we need to start with a lot of this stuff on top anyway, let's get started on the engine stuff before we raise it. Let me check here. That's a lot of parts. My goodness. We might have to get deep in the weeds on this one. Alright, so we definitely know the distributor cap definitely needs to go. Fuel filter as well. Starter needs to go. Oh yeah, I forgot the transmission is bad too. Boy, the rotor. Let's check out the intake manifold, see if there's anything underneath here. We might need to do a full rebuild of this thing. So I suppose we'll wrap up the stream with this build. Alright, set up the radiator fan. The belt. There we go. Alright, so let's go ahead. I'm going to drain the fluids here. So I'm going to drain the coolant, power steering. Let's just drain all of it. Fuck it. Is that brake servo? Where's the ABS at? Oh, there it is. Yeah, let's just take all of it out. All right, now idle roller. Take up. Oh, that one's rusted in. We'll take out all the idle rollers. Power steering pump. Man, a lot of idle rollers on this engine. And we know the cam gear is bad, so we're going to take that out anyway. I'm also willing to bet the camshaft is probably not in good shape either. But we won't know for sure until we can get underneath to take out the oil pan. Whew! Wow! Oh, it's a push rod. And it looks like some of the push rods are bad too. Ooh, the spark plugs are really bad. Alright, yep, looks like we need to replace the spark plugs as well. Wow. Alright, the nice thing is that there's only 4 bolts to get to the engine head. Oh, it's a good song. Oop, yep, a lot of rocker arms. Of course, all these rocker arms are in bad shape. Alright. Exhaust manifold as well. Spark plugs. Yeah, the spark plugs are fucked as well in this thing. All these rocker arms in such bad shape. Yeah, that was a really bad push rod. Man, this man got big engine problems. Yeah, a lot of them. We got to get deep in this one. A lot of the push rods are messed up. A lot of rocker arms are messed up. Half the spark plugs are pretty much gone. Like, I'm willing to bet the camshaft is in bad shape. I suppose once you get underneath to take out the oil pan, we'll see if the crankshaft is in bad shape. This van needs like a full overhaul. And some of these, I'm looking at some of these parts. I'm like, how are these parts still working? Alright, don't want to take the oil filter off yet. Because the engine still has oil in it. We haven't drained the oil yet. Then we can't take the oil filter out unless we're underneath anyway. Yeah. I'm willing to bet we're going to take these heads off, right? I'm willing to bet that the cylinders are probably in bad shape too. But let's see. We won't know until we get in it. Ooh. Ooh, we got a bad cylinder as well. Yeah, this is a full overhaul. Sorry if I still can't reply to the question because I only know a few words. That's fine. Like I said, my English is, I speak English very fast. And English is a very hard language. Oh, man. Too bad. We got 3 bad pistons. I'm willing to bet the connecting rods are all fucked, too. How's the camshaft? Camshaft's okay. Alright, I think now we can raise this up. I'm going to take the battery out, too. Alright, so let's go ahead. Raise it. I'm going to go ahead and throw the battery on. And drain all the oil. Looked like it was not a lot of oil in there. Alright. Oil filter. And oil pan. Whoa! This thing is in horrible shape. We need it. Okay, so let's take out the transmission because we won't be able to take the crankshaft out without taking out the transmission first. And the flywheel. Okay. This is horrible. I've never seen one this bad. Okay. Alright, let's take off the bearing caps so we can get into the rest of the crankshaft. Like, some of these pistons are perfectly fine, but jeez. And it sucks too because I gotta lower it to get the pistons heads out from the engine. Not piston heads, the pistons themselves, I might to say. Alright, so I think that's all the parts from the pistons that we can get from underneath. So before we lower it to get the pistons out, let's work on the suspensions. We need to take the wheels off. Do we? No, we don't. Well, actually, no, we do, because the bearings and stuff need to be taken. Alright, yeah. Now, let me double check here. Once I take this wheel off, I would imagine... Ooh, wow. I would imagine... that it, yeah, so all the wheels are the same size, so that's good. Oh, I need to take the end link off first. And we'll take out the shock absorber. The rest of this looks okay. We'll take off this tire as well. WD-40. We're 3 minutes away from what I would normally end the stream. This van's a hell of a project. We'll get it done, though. We'll get it done before the stream's over. Oh, I hope none of these bushings are bad. This one doesn't look good. Let's go ahead to the back. Uh-oh. Oh, brake pad's bad. Oh, I do need to take out the axle. And the hub, so I can get to the knuckle housing. Also got to take off the U-bolts, the leaf spring, so I get access to the leaf spring. Oh, I need to take the shock absorber off as well. Well, I bet these bushings are bad. Of course it is. Man, I hate bushings so much. They're one of the most annoying things in this game. Oh. I was about to say, I'm like, what song is this? Wow, both of those are rusted solid. This one have to take off the whole axle. Can't imagine doing something like this in real life. Like, these parts are not light. They're heavy. And like I've done some work on cars in real life, nothing like this. Like a full overhaul like this is insane. Alright, these bushings look really bad. I should probably take this one out. Yep, sure enough, bad bushings. So look at that bushing. That one doesn't look too bad. Let's look at this one. This one looks really bad. Oh yeah, it was bad, that one. Alright, so let's take off the suspension arm. Yep, another bad bushing in that one. Okay, so... Wow, okay. Such bad condition, my goodness. Let me go back here real quick, double check. Have to go, midnight for me, see you later. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a wonderful night. Oh, and a fuel pump. Fuel pump's bad. You have a good night. Get you some good sleeps. Sleep well, and hopefully I will see you again soon. Goodbye. In the meantime, I'm going to finish this van and I'll wrap up the stream. Goodness sakes. Alright, I'm curious. This one looks really bad. It was really bad. This one doesn't look so bad. I'll take it out anyway. Yeah, that one wasn't so bad. How's this one? Yeah, that one wasn't bad either. So what is the minimum quality of parts they wanted for the repair? 58. Okay, so both of those are 59s. Alright, so let's lower this back down, take out all the pistons. Alright. Oh, did I forget to take the... Oh, shit! I forgot one of the bearing caps. Of course I did. Oh, that's irritating. Okay. We forgot this rod cap. 7 out of 8 rod caps. Gumby, I'm placing. Hello, Gumby. Playing the game while watching? Oh, okay. Welcome as well. I hope you're doing well. So what brings you in, Gumby? I would imagine, seeing as how you're playing the game, you obviously know about it. So I would imagine you probably searched for it on Twitch to see if anybody was playing it, and you found me. Am I right? Alright, I don't have any of the repair stuff yet, so not like I could repair any of those, because those are all in poor condition. So I am right. Okay, good to know. Alright, so let's see here. Wow. Alright, for starters, let's disassemble those these parts. And the battery, I think, is done charging, so we can pull that out. So let's see here. Oh my goodness. Alright, and then let me double check to make sure everything has been highlighted. Oh my, there's so many parts. Okay. This is a project that I have, this van. So seeing as how I don't have any of the repair tables yet, we're going to have to buy all of these parts. Oh, the push rod's going to be they're simple, but they're annoying. It's tedious dealing with those. Alright, so... okay. Did it want me to do the air filter bases as well? No. Alright. Brake disc. Wow, there's so many things wrong with this van. How long have you played the game for? So streaming, this is probably as far as I guess like streaming it, I think maybe probably about 12 hours. But I played this before I finished my current PC build. I played it on cloud gaming while I was getting the parts for my new build. So I put a lot of hours in my first playthrough. Got the fully upgraded garage. Everything. Was working on a bunch of cars. And then I decided to basically just dump that save file and just start over for the sake of streaming. So that's kind of where we are now. So pretty much starting from square one. And then let me double check. What else do I need? Now with the brake pads, how many brake pads did I add to the list? 4. Okay, good. I know both leaf springs. How many piston rings? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know what you're doing then? Yes, I do. It's a little bit different though, because when I played it on cloud, it was on Game Pass, and on PC, Game Pass only works with a controller. So getting used to playing from a controller to mouse and keyboard is a little bit different. But barring that, no, I know what the fuck I'm doing. So that's why I'm like so fast at like getting all the parts and stuff, because I know like where all the parts are. It's just a matter of getting used to the control scheme, which is a little bit different. But yeah, it's this game is great. It appeals to my like autistic sensibilities. It's a lot of repetition, a lot of patterns, and I'm also kind of a casual car guy. Forza is one of my favorite racing game series, and Forza Horizon is always fun because it's like building like the dumbest builds, but also like dream builds and stuff too. So I know my way around cars, and I've done a little bit of work on cars in real, not a lot. I've been involved in converting 2 cars into lowriders with the full hydraulic system, and I've done a little bit of auto repair, but not a lot outside of that. All right, so let's go ahead and start getting these parts, and we got a lot of them. Oh boy. The sway bar end link. Did I need that for this one? No, I didn't. That was from the previous build. Alright, so let's go ahead. Start shopping. Air filter. Alternators in the electronic shop. So we'll do 2 ventilated brake discs, set of 4 brake pads, cam gear, clutch plate, crankshaft, 2 crankshaft bearing caps. We need 2 of the front springs, front sway bar, filter, fuel pump. Oh, that's electronics. 2 leaf springs, 4 leaf. Oh, I need 2 more. 1 oil filter, full set of piston rings, 3 pistons with connecting rods, 2 rear knuckle housings, 2 rear shock absorbers, 7 rocker arms. That's gonna be such a pain in the ass. 4 rod caps, 8 rubber bushings, serpentine belt, 4 small rubber bushings. That's electronics. Oh, that's electronics as well. The new timing chain. 8 push rods. And 2 of the wheel hub bearings. So that knocks out all the mechanical parts. Let's go ahead and get the electronic parts. So we need the new alternator, distributor cap, the rotor, wires, 5 spark plugs, and a new starter. Whew. All right. Okay. I think we've gotten all the parts. Now to put the parts in. All right. New brake disc. New brake pads. Brake calipers. We want the better ones in the front. All right. Rubber bushings. Sway bar. Oh, shit. I need to assemble these. It's funny too, because one of my coworkers at my job, he fixes cars on the side, and he doesn't have like a full shop. He does it from his garage, but like some of the ways, like the methods that he's told me about how, like for example, replacing a tire on a wheel. He's got like some really creative ways on how to do it without the tire machine. I don't remember how he did it, but it's interesting because yeah, he doesn't have one of those. Alright, so let's remove some of the parts that are already replaced that have been that are still highlighted. Alright. Oh, wheel bearings. So, Gumby, I'm curious. You don't have to tell me, but I'm curious to see where you're from, because it sounds like English is your native language. I just had someone in here who was all the way from Thailand, popped in to say hi, and he was actually looking for somebody streaming this game in English. Not entirely sure why. He didn't explain it, or they didn't explain, I should say. But nonetheless, I'm glad to see you here. I'm always open to reading people who are not necessarily new to Twitch, but new to my channel. And it's crazy because I remember, like, as a content creator, I have kind of a ridiculous story too. Which, if you want to hear it, I can tell you that story. But nonetheless, I'm going to focus on trying to get this van done. And unfortunately, you did kind of catch me near the end of the stream. I was going to finish this van and then wrap up the stream for the day. But that being said, if you know anybody that I should raid into, let me know. And I might raid into them. Otherwise, I'll wrap up the stream. Now the question is, can I put this in? I can. The problem is I can't put anything else in right now, aside from the bearing caps. Oh, wait. I need 3 of them, don't I? I did. I need to get 1 more. Crankshaft bearing cap. How you been doing, Twitch? So I started kind of on the tail end of lockdown. So I think October 2021. Yeah. I started then. By December, I had reached affiliate. Which is crazy. Like, in such a short amount of time. And part of the reason was I used to be heavily involved in politics, Twitch politics. Which that landscape has changed drastically. But yeah, some stuff happened. I also used to be known for doing marbles. And then some stuff happened. I moved, did a little bit of streaming 2022, and then my previous PC that I was streaming on died. Well, not died. It was no longer stream capable. Things started going wrong. It was just old. My old PC, which is sitting to my left, is actually 10 years old. And my new PC I just finished building this year has the old GPU in it, but the old GPU is an AMD 6800 XT. So like, not the RTX. What's the? It's the AMD RX. Which is weird because it does ray tracing for an AMD GPU. But, yeah. And it's cool, too, because I remember when I started building my new PC, I found out that a lot of the aesthetic has changed now for PC builders. And it's cool because, like, back in the day, you could choose any color PC case and components you want as long as it was black. Now my new PC case is white and it looks sexy as fuck. And the only thing that stands out is my power supply and my GPU. Everything else in there is silver and white. So it looks clean, and I run pretty much exclusively M2 SSDs as well. So, but yeah, took a long hiatus from Twitch for a while. Just started streaming this month again. And I realized how much I love doing it. Fucking love streaming. It's dream build, yeah, pretty much all top tier parts. If you look at my hardware list, it's on my Twitch channel page. Almost everything is the newest stuff, minus I think the RAM. Because I got the Intel i9 14900K. Which was, and the reason, so, and it's funny because like I would not have gotten that CPU if I didn't get it on sale on Black Friday, Cyber Monday, technically. But yeah, most of the parts are either top shelf or close to top shelf. The motherboard was expensive as fuck. Like, I don't think I'll ever pay that much for a motherboard again. Because like I felt like even paying for it now, I'm just like, damn, that motherboard was expensive. But again, I got it on discount as a package deal for Cyber Monday. So it just happened that the timing all worked out really well. And it does have full RGB, but I don't run full RGB because it's distracting. And it's this nice glass case. It is the it's the Lian Li 011 011 Evo enhanced, I think, case. Yeah, the build is fucking crazy. And the thing is, I ended up spending a lot less than I had expected. Again, taking advantage of Black Friday and Cyber Monday deals. Like, getting everything on sale, like, saved me probably $2,000. And I think all that was said and done, I think I only paid, $1,500 total for the components, which is crazy considering the hardware that's in it. Yeah, so like, I can run shit and stream shit that I never thought I'd be able to run or stream. I can probably stream Cyberpunk with ray tracing. Even though the GPU is a little old. But it's funny because, like, even though the GPU is like 3 years... No, when did I get it? 2021? So the GPU I got in 2021, right at the height of the GPU shortage. And needless to say, I was pissed. Like, I was not happy that I had to pay $1,000 for a GPU. Because that's how much it went for at the time because of the shortage. But what's crazy is that it also happened to be one of AMD's best GPUs they've ever made. So I'm like, I'll take that as a consolation. Alright, so crankshaft, I was looking for the crankshaft cap. The problem is, there it is, that's the one. Yeah, the build is crazy. Like, I'm not even going to pretend that I did not. Oh, crankshaft bearing cap. I got the wrong part. Crankshaft bearing cap. There it is. That's the part I was looking for. So yeah, it was, and I think the other thing is that, like, when building a PC, buying all the parts at once is expensive. Like, you have to bear in mind, I bought these parts over the course of like a year. So I spread out all my, like the money that I spent on, like, the parts, I spread it out over a year. So, like, yes, it's expensive, but, like, you know, taking advantage of stretching out, buying the parts, plus getting them on sale, taking advantage of using apps like Honey and shit, is always like a good thing. And, you know, it's always good to save money, you know? And, so, but it sucked though, because, like, I get this, right? Everything's good for a while. Like, I finished my new PC build. I did it, like, near the end of last year. Yeah. Because November, that's when I get most of the rest of the parts. And then fucking the end of December, I totaled my car. So now my big priority is getting a new car. So that's not been fun. So yeah, working on saving $3,000 to get a Honda Ridgeline. That being said, what I call this a dream build, probably the closest I think that's probably the closest I'll ever get to, like, a proper dream build. And it sucks too, cause, like, in the accident when I totaled my car, my MacBook, which is what I use for my music production and DJing, the display stopped working. And, like, to get a new display and to fix it, cause I would fix it myself. I'm not going to a fucking Genius Bar, because, like, I'm banned from one of the Apple stores in my city because I'm a former IT guy. I have a tech background. I would fix it myself, but to get a new display for my MacBook, it's $500. So I'm just like, you know what? I'll just hook it up to an external display and call it a day. But yeah, so as far as Twitch is concerned, I love doing it. Now, granted, it would be cool to make a living from Twitch, but it's also an unrealistic expectation that I will ever achieve that. One of the big reasons why is because of my involvement in politics, Twitch, even though it's past involvement, I have specific political views that are not necessarily popular. And I'm also one of the few like gaming channels that, as long as you're civil, yes, you can discuss politics here. I'm not gonna stop you. Don't be an asshole. That's the big thing. Because, like I said, I'm used to discussing politics. And like, but like I said, I don't think I'll ever reach, at least this channel, I'll ever reach like the level of like some of the Twitch streamers that I look up to. And I don't want to be like the number one. I don't want to be like a Sakuno or a Pokemon, like any of the, like the really, really big names. I would like, it would be cool, like if I were to make it big as a Twitch streamer, to be on a level like as like strictly independent, like not necessarily part. I mean, even then, like I don't know, maybe I would be okay with, you know, being a part of like a talent agency, as long as the terms were good. But like as an artist, right, I've always been independent. Because I've seen how predatory the music industry is. So like, because like, I was a professional musician, so like, you know, it's one of those things too, where it's like, you know, if I were to get like a huge following and all of a sudden I'm doing really well for myself on Twitch, number one, I'd be kind of terrified, because like, who knows what kind of unsavory people that would attract, because you know how it is. The bigger somebody gets on Twitch, the more likely they are to attract the trolls and the haters and stuff like that. People to potentially get my ass banned, which, if I get myself banned on Twitch, that's on me. If I get banned because of the action of somebody else on Twitch, I'm not going to be happy about that. And I remember back when like the hate raids were like a major problem, which was a while ago, where you get the bots who come in and just start spamming like racist slurs to get the streamer banned, because it would like trip the algorithm and be like, what the hell is going on? Why is this user having all these racist terminology being thrown around in their chat? They must be doing something wrong. Insta algorithm ban, auto ban. So it's like, really? So like, yeah, a lot of those hate raids, it was fucked, because I knew a lot of black streamers who got the worst of it. Again, involved in politics, Twitch. So like seeing that shit go down in real time was awful. Alright, so let's see if we can move up to the front here. Let's start mounting everything back on as far as like the drivetrain and driveline. Did you get hurt when you totaled your car? No, thankfully. But I should have been. It was bad. So what happened was I was on the way to go visit my friend for the holidays. It happened on December 23rd. And what ended up happening was I was driving. It was really foggy. Fell asleep behind the wheel and plowed through a roundabout at highway speed. I was driving. My car was a CX-5, Mazda CX-5. It was a nice one too. It was the touring, the Grand Touring Edition CX-5. So full leather interior, two-tone piano black, like all the nice features. Basically, one step down from like the build to order CX-5s. And yeah, plowed through the roundabout, got airborne, shattered pretty much the entire drivetrain. Did not hit a single person, thank God. And this was during rush hour. Didn't hit a person, didn't get hurt, managed to walk away from the accident. Yeah, I got a ticket, but whatever, right? Like, I didn't get hurt, I didn't hit anybody. it just destroyed my car. And it's one of those, like, I'm kind of agnostic, right? As far as like spiritual beliefs, sort of. It's a little more complicated than that. But as an ex-Christian, it was like some divine shit was going on that day. Like the fact that I did not hit anybody, that nobody got hurt, is nothing short of a miracle. Yeah, it was bad. The guys in the tow truck felt really bad for me, but they were like, you walked away, which is, considering the circumstances, it was, not only could it have been much, much, much worse, it was thread the needle 1 in a million sort of scenario. Like, there's no way I should have been that lucky. But I was. And thankfully, because I was going to spend almost 2 weeks up at my friend's place anyway, it gave me enough time to kind of sort out all the insurance stuff, getting into the shop, getting the rental car. I had plenty of time. It was literally December 23rd that this happened. So because I was up at my friend's for about 2 weeks, I sorted everything out at my friend's house, and I managed to make it back home in a rental car. And like, it's one of those things where it's like, I can't believe how that all played out, because like, some people don't walk away from shit like that. So yeah, it's like the fact that happened, to me, is incredible. Eight. So yeah, that's why it sucks though, because like, as a car guy, the thing that infuriates me about the American car market is everything is trending to crossovers, SUVs, and trucks. A lot of manufacturers now they're either no longer making like sedans or cars anymore, or they've already phased them out. I know Mazda, they have just stopped, in Japan even, just stopped making the Mazda 6, and is basically saying that the CX-5 is going to be its replacement, which is, those are two very different vehicles. And it sucks because, like, that's where everything's trending. And I remember on Reddit reading, like, people from Europe, because now, like, even, like, a lot of the European manufacturers, like Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Mini, Jaguar, they're all phasing out cars. Oh, well, except for Mini, because they make hatchbacks, which is a little bit different. But nonetheless, a lot of the European manufacturers, now, even BMW, they're like phasing out their cars. Which I'm like for BMW, that's like their bread and butter. Like I happen to like certain BMWs, older models, but nonetheless. And now they're gonna phase out like their coupes and sedans, and I'm like, yo, really? Just because of the way, because the American car market is so big, and in the U.S. as well, like the U.S., you kind of need a car to survive here. Like, it's like our public transport here is shite. Like, it's infuriating because, like, I if it was up to me, I ended up finding. So I'm a big sleeper fan. Like, I love sleeper cars. I ended up finding locally a dealer was selling a Saab 92X Aero, which, if you know. But if you don't know, that is basically a Subaru WRX with the EJ20 engine, turbocharged. The World Rally version not the STI version, just with a Saab body and badging. Everything else makes it a Subaru. And I've heard that like you can make rally builds out of it. So I'm just like, yo. And I think it was only being sold for like $9,000. And I'm like, oh, I kind of want it. But I can't justify getting it right now because I need to get my daily driver first before I get my fun car. Which I don't know if that'll be around for much longer, but yeah, the Sabaru, as it's nicknamed, as it's known in the community. If it's still around, I might just drop the money. Otherwise, I'll probably get a a Miata, and that'll be my first project car. Which, like, the Miata is such a cliche for a project. Like, it's like whenever you look, what is the best project? What is the best project car? Every top 5, top 10, the Miata's in it. Just because it's so easy to work on, and like, the parts are easy to find for it too. Like, the aftermarket support for the Mazda Miata is insane. Like, and there's like some cars that I'm like, it would be cool, but I don't know if I'd be, like, from a practical standpoint, be willing to own one. Which includes like most Porsches, outside of maybe the 944, and if I can find one, a Porsche 959. The Porsche 959, that's like a pipe dream, right? That's a fantasy car. If I could find one and get my hands on one, that'd be amazing. But I also know I'll probably never see one in my lifetime, like in person, because it's one of those types of cars. Otherwise, I used to want a 2005 Porsche Carrera GT. Up until I found out that's the car that Paul Walker was in that killed him. And I was like, maybe not. And finding out too that Paul Walker was kind of a creep in, like, when in real life is not cool either. So, which is a shame, because like the way he went out, like that's a shitty way to go. Well, I mean, I suppose it depends. But the way he went out was rough. Like, in an 05 Porsche Carrera GT that got wrapped around a telephone pole, like that's a rough way to go. Like, but still, like, I don't know. I'm kind of rambling now. But still, yeah, you know, like, so Porsche is one of those cars that I don't know if I would actually own one from like a practical standpoint. Any rotary engine car, so like the Mazda RX-7, RX-8, because some of the rotaries are a pain in the ass to take care of. Most of the newer BMWs I don't have much interest in. I would rather drive one of the older ones, like the older BMWs. Okay, so 3 of the rocker arms need to be replaced still. Which 3? No, it happens to be these 3. Okay, cool. Let's take these ones off. But yeah, so getting back to what I was saying about my car search, the reason why, so I figured because of the way that the American market is trending, I figured, fuck it, let's just get a truck, but not a full size. I did not want to get a full size truck. I did not want to get an F-150 or Dodge Ram. I hate full size trucks. I feel like a douchebag when I sit in one, like, let alone driving one. Like, my dad's got a Tacoma. Even that, like, which is a mid-sized truck, I still feel like, man, this is stupid. But, like, it's the way the car market's going, and, you know, it's just, that's kind of what I'm stuck with. And with that being said, I just figure, you know what, might as well get a truck. Come into the game and it says repair with parts, minimum condition 72%. I don't have the ability to repair parts, so I just buy new parts if they're like 69. Would I make money that? Yes, you'll still turn a profit. Your profit margins will be a lot smaller, but you will still turn a profit. I don't have any of the repair. And here's the thing about the repairs too. Once they are below, I think 30%, you can't fix them anyway. When you start getting into the late game, so like, yeah, just like up until you get the ability to repair, don't worry about it. Just buy the parts. Like the profit margins are pretty wide. It's not gonna kill you to buy the parts new. And sometimes you can get away. Like it depends on what the requirement list requires. Because like sometimes you can get away with a lower quality part just because it was already there. But again, it depends. All right, so I think the rocker arms are done, and all the spark plugs are good. Oh no, the push rods, balls. Okay, so some of the push rods need to be. Of course, it has to be the ones I just finished. I gotta take these bolts back out. Now, the problem is sometimes you'll mix the parts around, which, like I just did with these, and you might end up having to buy the new ones anyway. So, that's a possibility, but again, the profit margins are wide enough to where you'll still make plenty of money coming out of it. Take a drink. Oh shit, I'm out of tea. Oh, I just noticed that both you and my previous chatter had followed. Thanks for the follow. I hope to catch you on Saturday. Give me 1 second. Let me, seeing as how you told me to take a drink, I'm gonna grab my cup and make myself a drink. So, 1 second. I will be right back in a minute here. Alright, I'm back. I've got, camera. My face is over here. Thank you. Alright. So I've got myself a drink. This is water with some water enhancer in it. Thank you. It's important to hydrate, especially when you're streaming, especially when you talk a lot. So let me go ahead and check that off. So thanks for the redeem as well. It's been so long since somebody has redeemed anything. Just because, like I said, it's been so long since I've streamed. So it's great to see that system still works. I know I probably got some old systems that are probably outdated. I think my sound thing might be out. My soundboard might be outdated. Oh, that's the wrong model. Shit. Body cracks like a ghost stick. Oh, it really does. I don't think the mic will pick any of it up, but oh man, I'm getting old. I'm in my mid-30s now. Ooh, there we go. Whew. Valve push rod, V8 overhead valve F. Yeah, I got the wrong model. All right, there we go. Now I got the right model. Oh, I should probably, Alright, so I asked Gumby that you do not do any more redeems because I'm probably gonna I'm gonna wrap up here soon. So that way you can save them for if you pop up again on Saturday. I'll be doing Urbex City Builder. I'm gonna nuke my current city because I realized that I put the wrong rocker arm in the wrong place, didn't I? I did. The heal, my man, blowing up city. Now, not when I say nuke it, I don't mean literally. So Urbex City Builder is it's a more chill city builder compared to like SimCity. It doesn't use money like City Skylines or SimCities does. It's all resource management. The thing about it though is that I realize I've been playing it really, really inefficiently. So I'm actually just gonna go in, clear the map, start an entirely new map, and do it with like the optimized builds. Because I'm an idiot. So yeah. All right, I think how much have you spent on this car? So for you talk about this van that I've been working on. I think I've spent $3,000 on it so far, but I'm probably gonna make a whole lot more coming out of it. Yeah, so I'll see how much I make coming out of it. So let's put it back together. We're very close to getting it back together and up and running again. Spent $8,000 on this one now. And I was gonna say, so one of the easy ways to make a lot of money really fast in this game, as long as you have enough. I don't know. I don't remember what the exact amount you need is, but like restoring cars, like junkyards cars and auctions. If the car's in bad shape when you buy it and you flip it, you make a shit ton of money really fast. The problem is you need a lot of money to buy the parts. And that's where it gets you. But seeing as how you just spent $8,000, you must be late game then, because $8,000 is actually quite a bit. Unless you're doing a restore or a rebuild. It's interesting that I don't need to get new idle rollers. I just want to make sure that I don't have to get new idle rollers. Having just said that. Level 4 on this. Oh. Oh. I was gonna say, did you like crack? Like, is it like a were you caught in like a save loop? Because the thing about this game, right, is you can do like unless you like accidentally clean yourself out completely, you can do like the easy jobs, like the easy contracts, and make enough money to kind of build yourself back up through them. It takes a while, but you can do that. Alright, I think the upper part of this engine's all done. And I think everything else as far as the suspension, drivetrain, takes so much time. Yes, it does. Alright, so let's put the new let's attach those connecting those piston caps. And I put the oil pan back on, and we'll be in good shape. Now, hold on a second. 58. You know what? Let's get some more rod caps. Let's just give them the whole new set. So I think everything a bit better from the start now. Yeah, that's kind of how it is. Like Cyberpunk was like that because I remember my first Cyberpunk run, my character build was terrible. Now, granted, that was also before the current, I think the 2.1 update with Cyberpunk. So they buffed Adam Smasher in Cyberpunk, so he's actually like a proper difficult boss now. He's a lot harder to cheese compared to the previous update. But I remember, yeah, my character build was awful in my first Cyberpunk run. So my second run, I did a tank build, which was hilarious because the whole build, the idea behind it was you run up to the enemy with a double barrel and unload both barrels into their face. And then you use the Sandevistan, which is the slow motion ability. So then you could just rock up and with the slow motion, blast one guy in the face, reload, blast another guy in the face, reload, blast another guy in the face, reload, blast another guy in the face, and then the Sandevistan wears out and 4 guys now no longer have faces. Cyberpunk's a fun game. And now the new Ultimate Edition means that the console version is now up to snuff as well. It's not a fundamentally broken game like it once was. And it should be pointed out, too, that, like, fucking A, that whole stupid situation of Cyberpunk's release and debacle and that whole situation could have been prevented. But what ended up happening instead is CD Projekt Red ended up reforming their entire company as a result of it, which is impressive, for one, because the only other company that I've seen after getting like their ass handed, like their PR dragged like that, where they reformed the entire company, is Ford, the car company. Which is part of the reason why, like, 2010, like, post-2010, a lot of Ford cars all of a sudden got really good. Not all of them, but most of them. And, so, to see that, like, that they actually, you know, kind of owned up to their mistakes, and now Cyberpunk is one hell of a good single-player game now. Spent 8 to 9 cannons, kind of gave you 4 back. Oh no! You got screwed on that one. Yeah, this one I'm willing to bet I'll probably get 10k out of it. At least. Just because of the full rebuild. So, just because of the amount of work. So, let's see. Brake fluid, coolant, power steering. Yeah, let's put the fluids back in. So, We'll start with the brake fluid. Well, just it. I'm not. Was it like? Was it one of the story mode car or story? Like one of these ones. One of the ones that has a story behind it. Because I think the other thing too is that which button to pull kind of shoot. I don't know about that one. The other thing too is that you want to get like the parts discounts when you get the XP upgrades. So what am I at now? I have 10 points. So, getting the parts discounts is a big deal too. Inspect the value of a car, also important for the auction. So yeah, that's all stuff. And I finally now leveled up enough to where I can go to the barn and do some barn finds. All right, so let's go ahead. Let's fill this with oil. Alright, and how much oil's in there? Right where I want it. Alright, let's refill the power steering. Alright, so that's done. Refill the coolant. By the way, let me tell you something about somebody who's worked on cars in real life. Hot coolant is terrifying. Like that shit. Oh my goodness. Because I remember one of the lemons that I got in real life, unfortunately, was a '97 Subaru Outback wagon, and it had the EJ25 in it. Which, if you know, that's the Subaru engine that has the stupid head gasket issue. Bro, I drank hot coolant. How are you still alive? Like, that shit's like, ethyl. Like, that shit'll kill you. Well, as I was saying, I got one of the stupid Subarus that had the stupid head gasket issues, from the 90s. And I remember we were trying to figure out what that problem was. We didn't know it was the head gaskets. And I also didn't realize that the car was a salvage title, which also fucked me over. So that was $3,000 down the drain. But, we were trying to figure out why the coolant was not flowing through the engine. And we took the cap off the radiator when it was still hot, and fucker just spewed hot coolant over me and my dad. It was bad. Mistakes were made. Alright, so the van is done. Let's go ahead and get it cleaned up. Clean the interior. And let's go ahead and clean the exterior. Look at that. Like it just rolled off the factory floor. After sitting in the factory for 20 years. And how much do we get? I got $7,000 out of it. So, spent $3,000, got $7,000. It's not bad. I was hoping for $10,000, but that's okay. I also just leveled up, which means I have another skill point. So let's go ahead. What do I want? Let's get these. Alright, so I got 1 point left, so let's so that is the paint shop. What's the Alright, I think that's the next thing to work towards, is the dyno. Get the most expensive ones knocked out first. Yeah, so I think the next thing I'm going to focus on next Thursday is the dyno. Oh wait, no, next Thursday is March, isn't it? No, next Thursday is still February. Yeah. It'll be 29th, so it'll be the last episode of Car Mechanic Simulator where everything switches over. So we might be able to get that, and then we'll see how it goes after that. Right. So I finished that one. Let's prepare. Oh shit, the Evo. Ugh. Alright, so this is a story car. Hey dude, you recognize me? Sure not, I'm the internet star of car racing. Well, perhaps a rising star. I go by the name RM. This is my new car project. I just snapped it from a junkyard. For now, it looks like a piece of junk. Yeah, you're telling me. We can make it a gym. I mean, you can, but nobody has to know, right? Are you in with the project? I hope so. I just want you to check if it starts up before the first episode. And we'll think about the rest later. Thanks. We'll see you on Import Tube. So apparently, I gotta know. I gotta know. Nope, it can't start. Of course it can't start. Alright, you're going straight onto Lifter 1. Alright, so let's go ahead. We'll preload the cars for next week's episode. So, again, only the ones with bonuses, so that's a bonus credit one. Ooh, a Volkswagen Golf. Alright, and then, no other bonuses. Whoa! That's like the old, oh, that's a Ford. Like one of the old Fords. I forgot which one. Well. We'll figure that out next week. In the meantime, Gummy, thank you for stopping in. Thank you for watching. Do you know anybody that I should raid? Let me go ahead and check. Let's switch over here. We'll go ahead and save the game. We'll go ahead and quit. Alright, so let's see. Who is online right now? Alright, so nobody I follow is online. And I don't want to raid into somebody who's got like already like thousands. Like, because it wouldn't really mean much. Of course Ubisoft is streaming Skull and Bone. Fucking Ubisoft. Their CEO can kiss my ass. Have a good night's sleep, my guy. Thank you. Based on that comment, you're not from the US, are you? That's fine though, because you would not know that I work overnights and I actually sleep during the day. But thank you anyway, because I actually will be going to sleep after this. But yeah, based on that, it sounds like you are not based in the U.S. So, from Norway. Well, greetings from across the Atlantic. I think you're the first one I've ever had who's from Norway. I've had somebody from Germany. But thank you. I found out everything about you. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, so thank you so much for stopping by. Do you have any recommendations on who to raid? Otherwise, I'll just go ahead and I'll end the stream here. But yeah, it's been fun. And like I said, it's wonderful to see someone from Norway. No idea. All right, we'll just go ahead and end the stream then, because I don't want to like try to search for anybody. I just kind of want to end the stream because I am worn out. But I am gonna be so happy I get to sleep in tomorrow because I don't have to work tomorrow night. But nonetheless, you're so happy with shit. Thank you so much. I love to stream. Even if I'm having a bad day, I love to, like, streaming is one of the things I love to do. It's a hobby. And, like, even if I only, like, it would be cool if I made it to the same level as, like, say, like, Connor Dog or, like, any of the V Shoujo streamers. But, I don't have to be. I try to be positive. I'm not the. Yeah, I love doing it. I'm not a ragey type. There are games that will make me rage, but I am not a ragey type. I do yell. I am very sarcastic. Believe it or not, I actually cuss more, but I don't cuss a lot on Thursday mornings just because, again, it's a lot more laid back. But on Saturday nights, oh man, you get the F-bombs all the time. But nonetheless, thank you again, Gumby Gumby. It is wonderful. I love that you are from Norway and that you stopped by. I love that. It's so cool meeting people from all over the world. The internet is both the worst and best thing ever. What time is it in the U.S. right now? So I'm in the central United States. So the U.S. spans, I think, 8 time zones. Alaska, I think, spans like 4 of those 8. So I'm in the central U.S. So that's central time. That is GMT -8, I think. No, -6. Because in the UK is, no, it is -8. GMT -8. Because the UK is 8 hours ahead of us. Let me double check that. I might be wrong. No, they are 6 hours. So GMT -6. So right now it is noon. And at least in my region. And New York, so East Coast, so like New York would be 1 p.m. GMT +1, yeah. So I'm GMT -6, and so yeah, noon, 12 o'clock. Or do you run on 24-hour time in Norway? It'd be 12:06 for us. And then yeah, somebody previously who was from Thailand, and he is 13 hours ahead of us in the U.S. So midnight hit, he went to bed. And, yeah, GMT +1. So, yeah. Yep. Nice. So, you do use 24-hour time. Yep. I prefer 24-hour time. I have a background in tech and IT. So, a lot of servers run on 24-hour time. And I'm also ex-U.S. military. By the way, I'm not proud of that service. I'm very well aware. This is part of the reason why my politics are not popular. I'm very well aware that the United States, a lot of the wars that it gets into are illegal. AM, PM shit is shit. It is. I hate it so much. So that's why I don't use it. But in America, that's what everybody else uses. So, you get it. That metric, like, I would love to use metric. I am well versed in using metric. Unfortunately, in America, we'll use everything but metric. And yes, it does get ridiculous. Because, like, things like the old Reddit gem of banana for scale. Fahrenheit Fahrenheit is a little bit different. Because, so Fahrenheit, I still would rather use Celsius. I think Celsius makes more sense. But Fahrenheit makes sense in the US mainly because of our huge temperature variance across the country. Because 32 degrees Fahrenheit is freezing temperature of fresh water, but 0 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing temperature of salt water. And a lot of meteorologists kind of have to account for that. But the whole thing about 212 degrees Fahrenheit versus 100 degrees Celsius is the boiling point of water. Yeah, no, I'm much more like Celsius and metric make way more sense to me. And it's weird because, like, so I'm from Minnesota, which ironically is also the one state in the United States that also has the largest population of Norwegians. But we have one of the biggest temperature variances in the country. And I will even tell you, in Celsius, the coldest that our state has gotten is negative 80 degrees Celsius. And the hottest that our state has gotten, if I remember correctly, I think is 25 degrees Celsius. Like, we have extremes here in Minnesota. Our summers are fucking hot and humid. Our winters are hellish. Like, we get hot and we get cold. Yeah, thankfully, well, I say thankfully, due to climate change this year, Minnesota's winter was really mild. I think this year the coldest it got, was negative 15 Celsius. We get down to negative 30 and up to 30 plus. Yeah. Yeah. I remember back in, you're stalling me a little bit, Gumby. Back in, what year was it? 2013? Yeah, 2013, that was when we got the negative 80. And I remember that day distinctly because I still had to go to work that day because of America. And I remember driving to work, and I had a 35-minute drive. And the entire 35 minutes, my car never reached operating temperature. It was that cold outside. It was I was driving a Toyota Corolla at the time. And it was bad. It was bad. Also, I won't tell you what it is, but my real last name, you're not going to believe this, right? So it's funny that you come across my Twitch channel. I'm from Minnesota. Minnesota is the biggest population of Norwegians in the United States. We have a lot of Swedish people here too. The other crazy thing, even though I'm Cambodian, my dad was adopted. And it just so happened that my dad was adopted into a family of Norwegian ethnic background. And so my real life last name is actually Norwegian. So despite the fact that I am 100% Asian, my last name is Norwegian. Because my dad was adopted. So, yeah, it's funny that you came across my channel, Gumby. And I've heard a lot of things about Norway, too. I would love to visit one day. Yeah, right? That's why I said it's funny that you stumbled across my channel. Because, again, I'm a streamer from Minnesota, which has a large population of Norwegians, and my last name happens to be Norwegian, even though I am Cambodian. So, yeah, it's crazy. Like I said, I would love to visit Norway one day. Probably not during the winter. I got my motorcycle back today too, and snow is everywhere. Yeah. We didn't get a lot of snow this year in Minnesota. Normally we get a lot of snow in Minnesota, but this year we didn't. Like I said, our winter this year was unusually mild because of climate change. And the thing about Minnesota too is if you look at where Minnesota is on a map, if you look at the map of the United States, and Minnesota we're actually the more, based on a technicality, we are the northernmost state in the lower 48 states. Just from like a little tip on the top of the state. And if you look at the geography, to our west is North and South Dakota, and those are flat. Those states are flat. So, and it just so happens that Minnesota also happens to be right on a jet stream. We have the Canadian jet stream goes right into our state. So whenever weather blows in, it blows in sometimes all the way from Alaska, but it blows in from Canada. It just goes right over North and South Dakota because there's no hills or anything there. It's just flat. It's flatlands. And it hits Minnesota and everything buffers because Minnesota's very hilly. And so whenever we get weather patterns, our weather patterns tend to be really extreme in Minnesota. I hit a deer this summer, so it was at the mechanic. On your motorcycle? Damn! I've seen video footage of people hitting deer on motorcycles. That shit's scary. And I've hit a deer, but not on a motorcycle. I remember, so I used to be a professional DJ. I was driving back from Texas, of all places. 80. Oh no. Okay. This story I'm about to tell you is crazy. 80 that's still pretty fucking fast though. Like that's 80 kilometers an hour. That is if I remember correctly, that's about 45 miles an hour. So that's still, yeah, that's fast. Like but not as fast as I was going. So we were driving back from Texas. And by the way, if you don't know, 125, yeah. Texas is as big as it looks. Like Texas as a state is bigger than most European countries. You can drive for 3 hours in Texas and still be in Texas. In any direction, almost. So yeah, Texas is a huge state. But we were driving, and we were driving from Texas back up to Minnesota, so it's pretty much a straight shot north. And we have the interstate system, so it's I-35, so Interstate 35, so it's pretty much just straight up. And so we are in Missouri, which is pretty much halfway between Texas and Minnesota. And I am going 85 miles an hour, which, if I remember correctly, is 150 kilometers an hour, because we were on the interstate. So let me make sure that I got my conversions right. 85 mph to kmh. So 85. So 137 kilometers per hour. So we're going pretty fast. We're on the interstate. I'm driving along. There's a singer-songwriter in the passenger seat. And, we're cruising along. It's at night because I'm the designated night driver. So it's nighttime. And all of a sudden, the singer-songwriter next to me, she's like, watch out. And I look, fucking deer. Here's the problem. Remember that van that I was just working on in Car Mechanic Simulator? We were in a van like that. Van like that at 137 kilometers an hour is not going to turn very well. So I remember I hit the brakes and I tried to swerve right because we were in the left lane. So I tried to swerve right. The deer was going from right to left from my perspective as a driver. So I remember I swerved and I remember the deer hit us. I think we hit the back. I remember we hit the back half of the deer. If that was the moose, I'd be dead. If that was a moose, I don't know if I'd be dead, but we would definitely not have made it back home. Because the van you're probably right, I'd be dead. Which I have another story about a moose as well. But so we hit the deer. I was not full speed, but I was going pretty fast. And I clipped the back half of the deer. I didn't see if I killed it, but I hit it, and it was on the driver's side. So it came in, crumpled the entire front end, and it pushed the radiator to about maybe 3 millimeters away from the front of the engine. And it was, I remember I hit it, and I look at the singer-songwriter, and I'm just like, that just happened. And we pull over, and I had to shove the door open because the impact pushed the frame back, and it made the driver's side door hard open. So I had to shoulder block the door open, and I look at the damage, and it's bad. And remember, we're in Missouri. We are a long way from home in Minnesota, and I just hit a fucking deer at 2 a.m. And I look at it. It's the engine is still running, which is crazy, right? I'll get to that in a second. So the engine is still running, the car's still running, everything is still running. I look at the guy that I work with who owns the vehicle because he's the guy who manages all of our bookings and stuff, and he's the main artist that I work with. And all of a sudden he's like, "You think we can make it home?" I'm like, "We can pray, and we'll see if we can make it." We managed to make it from Missouri all the way back home to Minnesota. So to give an idea on that distance, right? So let's say we'll put in to Google Maps the directions from St. Louis, Missouri to we'll say Minneapolis, Minnesota, right? So the Twin Cities. That is 900 kilometers. We made it home. I don't know how, but we made it home. And to answer your question about the insurance covered it, nope, it was a total loss. So it was a write-off, unfortunately. And that meant, so it was a 12-passenger van. It was a Chevy 2500 van that had 4 rows of seats. We took the back rows out to put all our merch and our audio equipment. But yeah, we hit that deer going probably at least 120 kilometers an hour, 900 kilometers away from home, approximately. And we made it home in that vehicle somehow. And that's one of my crazy stories of being a musician. And you had mentioned the moose, Minnesota. We got moose here. So one day, me and my best friend, and my best friend's family, we decided to go to the local theme park. We have a theme park here in Minnesota called Valley Fair. It is owned by Cedar Fair, who owns Cedar Point, which used to be one of the theme parks that used to have the world record for the most roller coasters. So it's a pretty good theme park. It's not the greatest, but it's pretty good. And so they came down. They are from northern Minnesota. That's where they live now. And the cities where I live is kind of in southeast-ish. Like, I live in the major cities. So it's a 3-hour drive. Roughly, so it's 120 miles, so 60, so about 230 kilometers we live apart. So they came down to the cities to go to the theme park. We went to the theme park, had a great day. It was fun. My best friend's daughter was the first time at that theme park, so she got to experience like that theme park for the first time. It was great. And they're driving home, and it's late at night. Not like super late. It's like 10, 11 p.m. They're driving home, and it's my best friend and my best friend's now fiance. My best friend's daughter was left with her biological dad here in the cities. And so they're driving along, and there's a moose. And what's fucked was that it was a mama moose. And it charged at my best friend's car. And what ended up happening was that the moose charged, completely shattered the front windshield. My best friend, who does not wear glasses, got glass in their eye, had to go to the emergency room, get glass out of their eye. And it's safety glass, too, because you know how windshields are. My best friend's fiance wore glasses. He got cut up pretty bad. But the worst thing is that because this was in July, so middle of summer here, they have no windshield. And one of the really shitty things about Minnesota is that we have terrible mosquitoes here. They are as relentless as the mosquitoes in Southeast Asia, minus the malaria and dengue fever. So they had to sit there because a moose just charged at them and shattered their front windshield. And now they're sitting there and the mosquitoes are eating them alive until they can get everything sorted out with like the police and the insurance. It was bad, but they ended up coming out of it, and the insurance did cover the repairs on the van. It was a minivan. It was a Volkswagen. I forgot what the model is. It's a Volkswagen minivan. And yep, it fully fixed, and it's running now. I've helped them fix parts of it, not from the accident, not from the moose incident. It was just something else. But now we have a thing where if I'm driving up to go see them, or they're coming down to see me, we will not drive during certain hours due to risk of encountering a moose. Cause fuck that. Like, I am an American who understands you don't fuck with moose. Like, and Minnesota is the home of Rocky and Bullwinkle. I know damn well that moose is not fucking Bullwinkle. If I am driving along and I see a moose on the street, or if it's on the highway, you bet your ass I'm going to stop, and I'm going to pull over, and if possible, I'm going to flip a U-turn and get the fuck out of there, because I am not fucking with a moose. Because, yeah, I know better. Unfortunately, we have a lot of tourists who visit some of our national parks where we get a lot of moose, and for some reason they want to take a selfie with the moose. Only shoot moose. They taste good. Grandmother make good food from moose. Yep. Unfortunately, okay. Stereotypical American. Yes, I own guns. Because of course I do. However, I don't carry the guns in my car. If I am traveling along and I happen to have my Bolt rifle, which is actually a Mosin Nagant, the Soviet rifle from World War II. I have a 1891 30 Mosin Nagant rifle, which I think might actually be good enough for moose, at least in the U.S. as far as like the regulations are concerned. But if I happen to have my Mosin Nagant in the car, which since I'm getting a Honda Ridgeline, I could technically fit one in there. I would shoot a moose, but the problem is if the moose is close enough for me to see it with my headlights, I'm probably too fucking close to that moose. So like I said, yeah, I'm not fucking with moose. Like, there's a lot of ways that I'm willing to die. That is not one of them. But nonetheless, Gumby, thank you for stopping by and having me tell you some stories, crazy stories that I have. Feel free to stop by. I'll be streaming on Saturday night, so seeing as how you are 7 hours ahead of me, it would be at 6 in the morning, so I do not expect you. Have you ever been hunting for moose? No. I've hunted deer before, and that's it. And I don't really have the patience for hunting, ironically. I am more of a target shooter, and competition shooter. That's kind of more what I'm into. And I'm as someone who's autistic, it's unfortunate that my autistic fixation outside of music happens to be firearms. What do you need to wake up to watch? So if you wanted to catch me on the Saturday stream, I do stream a lot longer on Saturday. I stream usually for 4 hours. So I start my time 9 p.m., which in your case would be 7 hours. So 9 p.m., that'd be 2,100 hours. So add 7 hours to 2,100. So that would be 0:05. I do not expect to wake up 5 in the morning. But I stream until 1 in the morning. So 01. So by that point, that would be 0800 for you. But again, like I said, you don't have to stop in on my Saturday streams. I stream every Thursday. Every Thursday and every Thursday morning, every Saturday night. Starting in March, I'm going to try to start streaming on Tuesday mornings, but that's not going to be gaming. That's going to be, I will be talking about, on Tuesdays, some of my streams that I plan for Tuesdays is I'll be covering, video game and anime news of the past week. And the reason why I'm going to be doing it on Tuesdays is that in the United States, Tuesdays are also the day that new video games release. So then I can also be like, okay, it's Tuesday. Here are the games that are coming out today. Starting in March, I'll be streaming Tuesday mornings as well, about the same time I do this stream on Thursday mornings, a little bit later. Probably starting maybe 09:30 my time. So that would be, for you, it'd be evening time for you. Where I'll be talking, video game news and anime news on Tuesdays. And I'm looking forward to that because that's something I wanted to do for a while that I never got around to doing because I wanted to expand outside of just gaming. And I fucking love anime. Like, if you look at, like, my priorities list, number 1 is music. Number 2 is anime. Number 3 is video games. Number 4 is writing. I love to write. And then number 5 is everything else. So 5 is like things like firearms, yo-yos, like all my hobbies outside of that, of what I've talked about. So, building stuff, tinkering with stuff. Music is my number 1. It's not even close between my number 1 and number 2. And I fucking love anime. And I love music way more than I love anime, which is crazy. But yeah, thank you again, Gumby, for stopping by. I don't expect to see you on Saturday. It'd be cool if you make it, but I don't want you to stay up on behalf of me. Especially if it means it might compromise, your work or your life or your health. Like, don't sacrifice your health for me. One of my mods, he's from Texas, and I don't know if you know, a few years ago, because American politics are fucked up, Texas, unfortunately, due to climate change, had gotten unusually cold. Texas is not normally a cold state. They do not have the infrastructure to handle extreme cold. And unfortunately, it got cold enough to the point where large swaths of Texas had no power and no heating, and people were dying. People were literally freezing to death. and one of my mods is from Texas. And I remember he told me, he logged in one day when I was streaming, like when I started streaming, he's like, hey, I'm here. I'm like, hey, cool, how you doing? And then he's like, so I haven't had power in a week and a half. I'm like, dude, why are you here? Like, take care of yourself. Like, make sure you're okay. Don't, like, I don't want you to, like, sacrifice your well-being to come into my streams. Like, if you show up, that's fine. If you don't, that's cool. I'll stream to nobody. Like, that's kind of how I started, you know? And I felt really bad because I'm like, dude, you don't have to be here. Like, I can take care of things. Like, and yeah, dude, like, he had logged onto my Twitch stream on his phone. And he had a solar panel he was using to charge all of his devices. But yeah, he did not have power for a week and a half because, again, Texas cannot handle extreme cold and then knocked out power to most of the state. And it what's even more fucked up is that the main politician who represents Texas in the federal government decided to leave the state and go to Cancun and left all of his constituents behind because he's a piece of shit. Yeah, like I said, American politics are fucked. I also feel bad for anybody who lives in the UK because of Brexit. I know they're dealing with that shit now too. Like, so yeah, and this is why I said, when it comes to politics, I'm a leftist. I got a hard leftist. Who am I voting for? Well, here's the problem, right? On one side, you have a spray-tanned ass Cheeto who might potentially be now classified as a criminal, who is a narcissistic, fully grown ass man-child who cannot string together words into a coherent sentence. On the other hand, you have a spray-tan ass, potentially early signs of dementia, showing old man who always seems to be riding the line of becoming comatose, who also cannot string together words into a coherent sentence. So, seeing as how those are really our only options, it's probably the comatose guy. Because at least you can't ruin a country if you're in a coma. They are both old damn right. One of them's a felon. Like, it's... American politics are infuriating. I do wish I could leave. like the old adage, if you don't like it here, leave. The problem is, because I'm ex-military, I'm also on a watch list, and because I do political activism, I'm on a watch list. Like, I'm from, I don't know if you know this, I'm from the city where George Floyd was murdered. Why can America not get someone young as president, young and smart? Okay, so the way our political system is designed, I don't want to get too much into it. Yeah, that I live in the city where George Floyd was murdered. It goes without saying that our cops fucking suck here. And it's weird because when I talk to people who are not from the United States, especially Europeans, and understandably they ask, do I own guns? Yes. Why? It's literally to defend myself from cops. Like, I'm not worried about the gang members and the drug dealers. I'm a little worried about the rapists. But I'm not worried about the gang members and the drug dealers because, you know, especially in a lot of the inner city communities where there's no government assistance, it's the gangs that step up and actually help the community here. That's how the Crips started. And so I'm not worried about the gang members. I'm worried about white supremacists, which we have a lot of here, unfortunately, and the cops, which it just so happens that a lot of cops happen to be white supremacists. So, do I own guns? Yes, I own several. And what a lot of people who are not from the United States, they need to understand, the United States has 375 million people. We have 750 million guns. Based on that information alone, you would think, okay, that means on average that every American has roughly 2.5 guns. That's not how that works. In the United States, 370 million people do not own guns. Only 1/3 of the American population owns guns. The other 2/3 do not. So literally 1/3 of the American population owns the guns that are almost double what the population is of the United States of America. And I fit into that stereotype, unfortunately. I myself, I own 1, 2. I'm gonna include everything, so including my historic firearms. It's because those of us who own guns, we own multiples. And we do not have a limit on how many you can own. We only have restrictions on the type. So I have myself 2, 3, 4. I own 5 firearms. So I own 5. My dad owns 3. So between us, we have 8 in this house alone. So yeah, like when you think about it that way, it makes a whole lot more sense. Because you realize when only 1/3 of the population owns guns, and there are twice as many guns as there are people. It's like, well, how does that work? Well, that's because those of us who own guns, we own multiples. My father has 4 revolvers, 3 pistols, and a .22 LR rifle. Strict AF in Norway, though? Yes. In America, so here's the thing, right? As much as I love firearms, I also know that we need to restrict them. Like, we need better gun. Like, ideally, there would be an outright ban, right? But that's like trying to ban nukes, right? You can try to ban nukes. Somebody's gonna go out there and try to make nukes. That does not justify having nukes. But here's the thing: in the United States, I half jokingly tell people that in the United States, you have to possess a minimum level of firepower to survive. The black market would grow so much. Yeah, that's the other issue too. But we'll put that to one side, oite, for a second. And so in the United States, you have to have, like, I make the joke that in the United States, you have to have a minimum level of firepower to survive. If you are a person of color, that requirement is higher. If you live in Florida, that requirement is much higher. If you are a marginalized community, LGBT, like myself, I am pansexual, it's even higher still. And the unfortunate thing is that a lot of people who are gay here in the United States don't know how to use firearms. Which is kind of why I come in, because I've actually had people and communities ask me, hey, you are very knowledgeable. Are you willing to come in and teach LGBT people who want to learn about how to correctly use firearms safely? Can you come in and teach them? And I say, yes, let me get my permit first, though, for public carry, to be able to carry in public. Because in Minnesota, and the thing is, in the United States, we have 50 states, and every state has their own set of laws when it comes to firearms. There's only like a small set of regulations that is on, like, that governs the whole country. But as an example, I live in Minnesota. Minnesota's gun laws are a little stricter. But compared to California, in California, you can own an AR-15, but it cannot have a magazine release that operates without a tool. The magazines cannot hold more than 10 rounds. And the magazine also cannot be removed unless you remove the upper receiver from the firearm. Like, California's gun laws are weird. They're strict, but they're weird. And, there's so many odd loopholes for California's gun laws. In contrast, so say you compare Minnesota to, say, Arkansas. In Arkansas, it doesn't matter what you buy. The minimum age is you have to be 18, and that's it. You do not need a permit to carry the firearm in public. There is no restriction based on the type of firearm. So in Minnesota, you can buy hunting firearms if you are 18, but you cannot buy pistols. You have to be 21 in Minnesota to buy pistols and anything that has a pistol grip. Which, again, comes down to semantics and the whole stupid way that firearms are restricted in the United States. So, but our restrictions in Minnesota are very different. And in order to carry a firearm in public, you have to have a permit to show that you have been trained correctly and how to use it safely. In Arkansas, there is no restrictions like that. I've almost died in Arkansas, not because of firearms, though. That's another story for another time. So, yeah. And so that's the thing, is like, we have 50 states. All 50 states have different gun laws, on top of the lack of federal restriction on firearms. The only thing that is restricted on a federal level, I should say, are suppressors and anything that is select fire or fully automatic. Both of those are regulated on a federal level. Shotguns that have a barrel shorter than 18.5 inches, or what is that in centimeters? So shotguns with a barrel shorter than 47 centimeters is federally restricted. Rifles that have a barrel length shorter than 41 centimeters are restricted federally. Everything else is fair game. Some states have capacity laws and limits. So certain states, you cannot own a firearm that holds more than 10 rounds. Minnesota is not one of those states that has that restriction. Which means that we can legally own an AR-15 with military spec 30-round magazines. And one of the things that and this is an understandable argument, like, why would anybody, any civilian, need an AR-15 in America? And I would say I agree. Why would we need that? Well, the problem is because our cops here like to kill people of color, and because cops in the United States are also heavily militarized, they get access to military-grade M4s and M16s. Basically, the military AR-15. Remember how I said that in the United States you have to possess a minimum level of firepower to survive? There's no way that the federal government or any government in the United States, because of how guns are ingrained in our culture, that they will ever ban those weapons from cops. If the cops have access to it, we got to have access to it too to defend ourselves. But if cops shoot you without reason, here's the problem. In the United States, we have these things called police unions. They're not actually labor unions. They're more like police advocate organizations. And this is what's fucked up about this whole situation with the cops, with George Floyd, Philando Castile, Breonna Taylor, oh shit, what was his name? We got shot when I was sitting outside, and I heard the gunshot. Dante, I forgot his name. I don't know why it just did that. What the hell? My camera just decided to... I'm over here. And if you shoot him, you end up dying because that backup who will shoot you. Exactly. And here's the thing. The police... This is also really fucked up. The police unions will advocate for cops, like, on behalf. Like they get the cops the best lawyers. So even if somebody is justified in retaliation, the legal system, and I want to make this very clear. In the United States, we have a legal system, not a justice system. Justice rarely happens here in the United States. But when it comes to legal shit, so, like, there was a point where Derek Chauvin, the guy who murdered George Floyd, could have got off scot-free because of the way our legal system works. He didn't, but there was a chance he could have. But if you shoot a cop, you will not live to stand it in court most of the time. Exactly. There are very, very few examples. There are some notable examples. Tupac is one of them. Yes, rapper Tupac Shakur shot a cop. The media try to demonize him for it because the news here, they are all about supporting the cops up until the investigation showed he was actually justified in doing so. Yes, rapper Tupac Shakur. He was one of the lucky ones, and unfortunately he would end up dying in 1996. However, yes, everything is so fucked up here in the United States. We get some things right. We get so many things wrong. And I can't leave. Like I said, I am under a watch list. So, like, even me talking about leftists, like, I'm ex-military. I am former United States Army. In our soldier's handbook, it literally says, anyone who talks about socialism or anarchism, I am an anarchist, politically, anybody who talks about socialism, anarchism, or communism is to immediately be labeled as a terrorist. It literally says that in the American Soldier's Handbook. Thanks, Joe McCarthy, you piece of shit. So, it's crazy, because remember how I said I used to be involved in Twitch politics? I have a lot of friends who are hardcore leftists. Like, we're talking, one guy is a communist. Myself, I'm an anarchist. Like, my best friend is also an anarchist. I'm also a musician, which means that I have a platform to where I can push these ideals out with not a whole lot of ramifications, because it's a lot harder to accuse a musician of sowing political dissent, even though that's what we happen to be really good at. And I don't know if you know this too, in the United States, you got me going now, Gumby. There are a lot of declassified files that, from the CIA, and it was been revealed that the American CIA, the American Central Intelligence Agency, which is the one agency that is behind some of the most fucked up things that America has done throughout the world, Bay of Pigs invasion and the Cuban Missile Crisis, all of the coup d'etats happening in South America right now, where a lot of these socialist and left-leaning politicians are being assassinated. Yeah, the United States is behind that, and it's the CIA doing it. It was revealed in declassified documents from the CIA that they had paid off several artists, including Jackson Pollock, to basically shut them up, because the CIA realized that a lot of artists, musicians, painters, what have you, actors, actresses, tend to be very left leaning, tend to be into socialism. I am into real communism. Indigenous Americans, their system was based around communism. Like, I am also an anarchist. I have plenty of proof to show why I'm an anarchist in the United States, because our government keeps fucking it up for the rest of us. Like, this is also why I'm one of the few gaming channels on Twitch who allows politics talk, because I'm willing to get into discussions about, look, conservatives, Republicans, whatever, even liberals. I'm not a liberal. Even liberals, y'all have a right to be mad in the United States. The problem is you're mad at all the wrong things. That's the issue. Like, and it gets deeper than that, obviously, and I could go on and on and on for hours. And even then, there's a lot of things that I don't know. I have a lot of blind spots still. I'm still learning. So, like, it's one of those things where this is the place that I live. And unfortunately, because I am not white, because I am not Anglo, I am not, Caucasian, it ends up affecting me more. Because I happen to be a person of color and I'm queer. So, like, hearing things like Stonewall and the craziness about how my best friend is not even allowed to be in certain states because they have anti-trans laws. My best friend is non-binary. Like, there are like 30 states that I literally cannot travel to because I am queer. Like, that shit affects me, which is why I know so much about it. And, like, it's weird because like I come to the realization that a lot of it kind of comes back to one thing, and really it's capitalism. Like things like white supremacy, all of that, it all kind of mixes together into this capitalist system. Like the system over here is weird. Yeah, well, I would say it's fucked. Weird is putting it in, like, that's like a polite way of saying it. And like I said, we get some things right. Our national park system, which is one of the few things that we do very well, like preservation of natural areas, we do that very well. The other thing I also found out that we do really, really well is accommodating people with physical disabilities. I didn't realize this. Like, things like making places wheelchair accessible, I realize is not really a thing in the rest of the world. Like, the fact that in the United States, they have requirements for building construction to make things accessible for people with physical disabilities. And a lot of those restrictions tend to keep evolving over time, so newer and newer buildings are even more and more accommodating for people with disabilities. Did not realize that that's not really a thing in other countries. That's really only an American thing, which is one of the few things I'm kind of proud of that. As well as our postal service. Our postal service is incredible. When you look at the fact that in the United States, we have very, very low population density, so everything's very spread out. The fact that our mail system can work as well as it does is incredible. So what is the fine for speeding? It varies, it not only varies by state, it varies by county. Because every county has a different police station and is a different jurisdiction. Like, for example, I live in St. Paul. That's the city I live in. I am part of the Twin Cities metro area. That's what it's called. It is the city of Minneapolis and the city of St. Paul. St. Paul is in Ramsey County. Minneapolis is in Hennepin County. They have two different fines for speeding because they are in different counties. 10 miles is all that separates St. Paul from Minneapolis. So, to put that into perspective, right? 10 miles is 16 kilometers. 16 kilometers separate our two cities. Both cities have different fines for speeding. We also have different sets of laws in between the two cities. And like, even like so here's the other thing, and this is the thing that on one hand I definitely understand why it's infuriating, but also there's a reason for it. Everywhere else outside of the United States, and I think Canada does this too. Everywhere else around except the United States, when they list the price for a product in a store, it's the price. It's the price after with the tax included in the price. The tax doesn't get calculated when you go check out; it's already included, right? In the United States, because our taxes you can literally go from one store, across the street to the other store. You have like two stores with identical products, right? You can go into one store and buy that one product and get a certain tax percentage on that product. Go to a store across the street and it'll be a different tax percentage because the taxes vary by county. As a matter of fact, it's not even by county, it's by postal code. So here you can go, why? Because there's a level of autonomy that the federal government gives to each state, and each state basically decided to go by postal code. So, like, literally, I happen to live on one of the streets that I live. I won't say what it is, but on one side, and make sure my motion tracking is working. On one side of the street, because the street happens to be a borderline between two zip codes, two postal codes. On one side of the street, the tax is 7.125%. On the other side of the street, it's 7.13%. You can have two stores selling the exact same product at the exact same price and pay different taxes based on which side of the street you went to. And that's the crazy thing. Like, that is like one of the craziest thing. Now, here's the other thing too. Like 25% on everything. Yeah. Like here's the other thing too is that it's by state, by county, by postal code, and then state has like certain overarching things. So, for example, in Minnesota, we do not get charged tax on clothing, and we do not get charged tax on groceries. Everything else gets taxed. But that's in Minnesota. Some other states will charge tax on clothing. Some other states will charge a tax only on adult clothing, not children's clothing. Kind of like in the UK. Some states will charge no tax on clothing at all, but will tax groceries. Some will tax specific types of groceries. Like, it's because everything varies so much. Because like every state is almost like its own country, right? And the cool thing, like there is a cool thing to that. Every state also has its own culture. Even though the United States is a very, very young country, relatively speaking, I mean, we've only really existed as a country for 350 years roughly. Despite how young the United States is a country, every state has its own unique culture. And it just so happens in Minnesota, we also have a very strong indigenous culture here. A lot of indigenous people, a lot of Native Americans live here. Minnesota was one of the we have several major tribes overlapping the territory that Minnesota occupies. And like that's one of the cool things about the United States is that because of how big it is, because the United States is not a small country. Like I said, you could drive for hours and still be in the same country. It's also part of the reason why a lot of Americans don't speak more than one or two languages. Like, as someone in Norway, you would speak Norwegian, you probably speak English, and depending on where in Norway you live, maybe even Dutch and German, I would imagine. And maybe even French, based on the proximity to Switzerland, right? So, United States, really, it's American English, and there's many dialects of American English. And then if you live closer to the southern parts of the United States, bordering with Mexico, you'll probably also speak Spanish, but not likely, depending on if you are white or not. Had German in 10th grade? Yeah. See, like, in Europe, because there's a lot of countries that are very close together with different languages, you are more likely to know more language than the average American. In the United States, because you can literally drive for 12 hours and never leave the country, we all really speak one language. There's those of us who speak multiples. Unfortunately for me, I didn't get to grow up speaking Cambodian a lot because there weren't a lot of Cambodian people near where I lived. And I think, ironically, I probably know more Japanese now than I do Cambodian. But however, like, you know, there's people, like, even it's weird seeing white people speak Spanish, but people who live in Southern California, which borders Mexico, a lot of them speak English and Spanish. Well, Texas as well. Like, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and Southern California. They speak Spanish as well. There's parts of Florida where we have a lot of people who come from Cuba and the South America also speaks a lot of Spanish. There are parts in Florida that are almost exclusively Spanish speaking, but Florida is also a wild state. Florida's fucking, like, of all the 50 states and the territories the United States has, Florida's the weirdest one by far. Also has the biggest asshole as its governor. But, like, it's crazy to think. And, like, even in New York. So New York is nowhere near Mexico. New York's on the east, is in the northeast part of the country, well far away from Mexico. But because of the way immigration in the United States happened, there's a lot of people in New York who speak Spanish because there are whole neighborhoods that are almost exclusively Spanish speaking in New York. New York also has a Chinatown. New York also has, because of Irish immigration back in the 1800s, there are places in New York that are very heavily Irish influenced. So, like, you know, and on the Minnesota side, one of the interesting things is because we have a lot of Scandinavians here. We have a lot of Swedes, a lot of Norwegians, and a lot of Finnish people. One of my close friends is Finnish. His grandfather, who is a priest, still does church services here in Minnesota, still does church services in Finnish. Fully in Finnish. not in English, in Finnish. I did not learn any of those languages. I don't know anyone who speaks Norwegian or Swedish or Finnish here in Minnesota, despite the fact that we have such a large population of them here. However, I do know a lot of people who speak Spanish. I know a lot of people who speak French in Minnesota. We have a lot of French speakers here. And as far as immigrants, we have a lot of people from India here. So we have people who speak Hindi, Punjab, and a lot of the Indian languages. And of course, Minnesota happens to be a popular place for Chinese exchange students. So we have a lot of people who speak Mandarin and Cantonese here. So a lot of people from Hong Kong. So especially in the cities, not so much in like the kind of outside of the cities, but like Minneapolis, St. Paul, a lot of people from all over the place. And what's weird is that, so I'm Cambodian, right? Minnesota is one of 3 states that actually has a notable Cambodian population. And the reason why is because after the Khmer Rouge in the 1970s, the Cambodian genocide, the only 3 states at the time, or the first 3 states to open their borders up to Cambodian refugees, was California, Minnesota, and Texas. So California, Minnesota, and Texas all have significant Cambodian populations. Which is interesting, because I would have rather have ended up in, well, I don't know about, climate-wise, I would have rather ended up in Texas. Because it gets fucking cold here in Minnesota. Like, too cold. Way too cold. But yeah, like, it's crazy. And, being able to talk about stuff like this, and I write about, like, my lyrics. I'm a rapper. Like, I write, like, lyrics based around stuff like this. And it's funny, because, like, even as a rapper, like, if you understand hip-hop, one of the things is, like, being braggadocious, bragging, bravado, right? The things that I write about that I can brag about are things that like rappers would not typically like rap about bragging about, right? Like most rappers, they talk about like finding women, and a lot of it's disrespecting women, unfortunately. But as a rapper who's queer, kind of like Lil Nas X, just not quite fully gay. I won't lie, some of the guys in his videos are hot, but that's beside the point. As a queer artist, it's a little bit different. The crazy thing too is my best friend is Hellenistic pagan. That is their religious beliefs is that they are a pagan. They are of Swedish ethnic descent, half Swedish, half Native American, and but they have Hellenistic pagan beliefs, and his mission was to fix every body panel. Do I just buy new ones? Take a drink. I'll take a drink. See if you can afford to get, I don't know if you'll have enough credits, but body panels are one of the few things where, if you can repair them, it's better to repair them. Otherwise, just buy the new ones. Yeah. So as far as the game's concerned, yeah. So, man, you got me sticking around for much longer. It's great to see you though. It's great to have met you. And sorry to kind of rant and ramble kind of at you for like the last hour or so. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm passionate about politics. It's just one of the things that I have to, as somebody who is a marginalized person in the United States, is just something that happens to affect me a lot more than a lot of other things. Should I buy water for 5K when I have no? You kind of want at least 20K. Smart Soul, thank you very much. That means a lot. At that point, I would just buy the new parts, and if you end up not turning a profit, just eat the cost, do some other smaller repairs, and then kind of work your way back up. As far as in the game, but I was gonna say, yeah, it's like politics. Like I don't necessarily, even though I'm open to talking about it, I don't like to talk about politics because I get like this. I get like really into it, and if I'm doing a politics stream, it doesn't matter. But if I'm doing gaming, like I like I said, I just ranted for like the last hour, and that's like I said, I'm open to like talking about politics. I'm one of the few Twitch streamers, like gamers, who is who does that. And I'm also aware I'm also autistic. So like, you're not gaming, so you're allowed to tell. Yes, I'm not gaming right now, but I'm just saying, like, if I'm doing a gaming stream, I don't want to like derail like a game, especially if it's like I play a lot of JRPGs on my Twitch channel. I did Persona 4, and I got the good ending in Persona 4, which was one hell of an ordeal. But I got the good ending in Persona 4 on this channel. I managed to beat it, and boy, that game almost kicked my ass at the end. But like a game like that, I don't want to derail it if I get into like politics. And the thing is, like, I'm a big pro wrestling fan too. Like, the First Wrestling T-shirt. So First Wrestling is an independent promotion based here in Minnesota. Probably one of the best promotions I've ever seen. Way better than WWE as far as like ethics and morals, and even better than AEW. I was gonna say, like when it comes to like especially like workers' rights, like, because our workers' rights are shit here in the United States. I could go off on like a 45-minute rant just about like workers' rights, and how like they just are not protected here in the United States the same way as they are in Europe. Which, it makes me angry and it makes me sad, but it is what it is, and it sucks because like, people who are born here, they didn't choose to get born here. People, immigrants who come here, this is the best option they have because, where else are they going to go? And especially considering that a lot of people from the South, like who are immigrating from the South, are trying to get into the United States. And you've already heard probably our reputation for immigration. It's really shitty. Like, we treat immigrants like shit. And the problem is that a lot of those immigrants are escaping situations that are a direct result of the United States government meddling in their politics. Like, as an example, a lot of the reason why we get a lot of Mexican immigrants from Mexico is because the American war on drugs ended up making the cartels even worse. So like in the more dangerous parts of Mexico, a lot of people are trying to escape, and where else are they going to go? They're not going to, like, where are they going to go? South? Like, to South America? Nobody's going to accept them there. So they come to the United States because this is the only place left that they have even a chance. And, they get treated like shit here, even though it's America's fault that they're coming here. So, yeah, it's weird to think that the United States has become like this colonial empire that like Britain and the Dutch and Spain and France all used to be. Where they would travel to other countries and try to colonize them and spread their empire. And now the United States is doing it. And like, in the same way, when we get called out on it, because, rightfully so, we should be called out on it. Our leadership is like, deflecting or do whatever, it's, I can't speak on behalf of the leaders. I can definitely speak on behalf of me. My own home country, Cambodia, like the genocide that happened there in the 70s is a direct result of CIA meddling and the Vietnam War, which in and of itself, the Vietnam War was CIA meddling. So it's, all those lives lost, that's just Vietnam. Like, all the countries, South America, a lot of the leftist leaders getting assassinated, all these coups d'etats happening directly as a result of the CIA and private military companies who are working with them. And, my apologies ultimately will mean nothing because it's my leaders, my country's leaders who are doing it. And we can't, as the people here, they've got us so heavily divided politically that something like a general strike is almost impossible to pull off because we can't unite under one banner because they're so busy arguing about the stupid shit. So, because I guarantee you, if we all stood together, like all of us, all of us who are not politicians, people like the citizens of the United States, and we're like, yeah, none of us, we're not going to work until, like, none of us are going to go to work until you fix the shit, especially with everything going on in Palestine and Israel, like that whole thing. It's America's fault. Like, Because who supplies all of our, not even just like some of our weapons? Israel gets our state-of-the-art weapons before our military does. Like, Israel got the F-22 fighters before the United States Air Force did. Which is insane to me. Like, they got like our state-of-the-art fighter jets before we did. Like, it's crazy. And like, it's the United States' fault that everything that is going on in Israel and Palestine. Like, it's almost directly because of us, you know? Even Hitler and his reign of terror in the 1930s, his rise to power, he literally cited the United States treatment of Native Americans as his primary inspiration for persecuting Jews. Does the U.S. give them fighters? Yes. Israel has the same fighter jets that our military uses. They have our anti-missile system. That curtain that prevents the Palestine rockets from getting into Israel, that is our system. Like, never mind the money. We give them our equipment. The only thing we don't give them are firearms, because they design their own. Which, to be fair, their superiors are to ours anyway. And, you know, in turn, like, they'll sell stuff to us, you know. And, yeah, it makes me angry, but I also know there's not a whole lot I can do about it, unless, as an artist, I can figure out how to get people united to band together and be like, nah, this shit's not okay. If I can get the whole country on my side, that'd be crazy, but, you know, I don't think it's going to ever happen in my lifetime. And, you know, there is positive change. You know, things are changing. The new younger generation is a lot less tolerant of shit like this. The Zoomers, yes, a lot of them are idiots. Don't get me wrong. A lot of them are dumb as shit. But when it comes to, like, actual ethics and morals, man, I gotta hand it to them, because, like, they will not put up with shit that I put up with as a millennial. Like labor, you know, like, I remember, like, a lot of the Zoomers who were protesting, I forgot what it was. It was something, it was one of the oil pipelines that one of the oil companies wants to build through my home state. Illegally, by the way. Like, they are not actually legally allowed to do so. And there are, like, protesters, like, who are not even Native American, who are doing, like, hunger strikes to protest that pipeline. Like, Zoomers. And I'm like, yo, if y'all are our future's in good hands. Because they will not put up with shit like that. And it's nice to see, but at the same time, like, I wish the change would happen faster, like, to be honest. But, you know, there's only so much I can do, and like, unfortunately for me, I'm ex-military. I only know so many things, like, and like when it comes to, like, dissension and insurrections, I only know how to do it, like, by violence. Like, I have more in common with Fidel Castro and Che Guevara than I do someone who is much more of a pacifist, because I was trained in the military. I only know violence as a means of getting my point across. Which is starting to change because I'm an artist too, but, like, it's a lot harder because I only know how to convey my message a certain way. What did I do in the military? I unfortunately, I didn't make it all the way through. I got injured. I broke my leg. I will not show on stream because I don't want to get banned for showing feet. But I broke my leg during training, and so I didn't make it all the way through. But I did manage to still get, like, a lot of the non-physical training done. So the navigation, tactics. So, like, I know a lot about how the military operates. And there's actually things I'm actually not allowed to talk about in public either that I know. There's like certain things, like they were called, like, security, like, even like on a basic level. But there's certain things that I'm not allowed to talk about in public because it's like security clearance shit. So, but there's like certain things I can talk about, like things like that are like mentioned in like certain ways that we do things and why. For example, you're not allowed to have facial hair in the military in the United States. And the reason why they do that, and the reason why they cut your hair, is to prevent things like lice from catching on. And facial hair, you can get contaminated. The other thing about facial hair too is that it also prevents you from putting on your gas mask. Because we deal with a lot of hazmat stuff too. but yeah, there's like certain things that I can't talk about publicly. Like there's certain things like in the soldier's handbook that I'm not allowed to mention, just because like it's like a security clearance thing, a security thing. But like yeah, like a lot of the other like the mental stuff that I was trained, I still retain a lot of it. And it's weird because like the way that our military does our training too, is that our military gives us PTSD on purpose, which kind of makes sense, but is also fucked up. But it makes sense. It's a logical in a really weird, twisted sort of way. Because like the things that we are trained to do is not natural for human beings to do. Like it's not natural for a human being to take the life of another human being without remorse. But that's what we are trained to do. We are trained to be assholes. Like we're trained to be assholes, trained to be killers. And our bodies are trained to where if we are put into a stressful situation, then our bodies react on its own. So certain noises. So like fireworks, popping balloons, doesn't bother me, right? But if you take that same balloon and you take like a pot and you fill it with ping pong balls, and you take the balloon, you put it in water, and you put the ping pong balls on top, and then you put the balloon underwater underneath the ping pong balls, and then you pop it and it spews the ping pong balls everywhere, that will trigger my PTSD in it's such a weird way. I don't know what caused me to react that way. Like what in my training like will cause me, because so what that does, it causes me to dissociate for a few seconds. I have like an out of body experience where like my body just like, my mind is like just loses control of my body for like a few seconds. Like if something like explodes underwater and it spews stuff everywhere, for some reason my PTSD gets triggered and I dissociate for a few seconds. I don't know why. I don't know what caused it. I don't know what, like, I don't know what in my training caused that to happen, but it happens. And I do have like my PTSD, and the thing is, my PTSD is relatively minor compared to a lot of soldiers. How does that work? Well, part of the things we are trained in is we are trained in night navigation. So I don't know if you've seen any of the American movies where like they show like actual military training. Well, not actually, but like the way soldiers are trained. One of the ways we are trained is that during the night navigation course, there will be a machine gun. Now, granted, and you need to understand this, they will fire, like when we're doing night navigation, there'll be like a part of the course where we go underneath barbed wire, and there's live machine gun firing overhead. Now, granted, that machine gun fire is fired well above our heads. I mean, we're talking 4 meters minimum above our heads. But you still hear it whizzing over your head. Like, but it's live. Those are live rounds. So they train us to go through that really stressful situation so that we can fight in combat. So that our bodies do not shut down and freeze. And that shit leads to PTSD. Our training leads to PTSD. A lot of soldiers don't realize that. Like, but the thing is, with a lot of soldiers, if they go overseas and they experience combat, their PTSD comes from that combat. My PTSD is minor. All of my PTSD is related to the training. It just so happened that the base I was stationed at, that was a training base, also happened to train the tank division. So large, like loud explosions make my body react a certain way. Because we are trained a certain way based on if we are getting fired upon by artillery or by tanks. And it's crazy too, because remember how I said I'm Cambodian? And my parents are survivors of the Cambodian genocide. My dad in particular also lived through part of the Vietnam War, because Cambodia was involved in the Vietnam War. My dad has a whole host of stories of American soldiers fighting Viet Cong, North Vietnamese, South Vietnamese fighting alongside the K-Rep, which is Khmer Republic, which were the Cambodians who sympathize with the United States, the Khmer Rouge who sympathize with the Soviets. They were fighting in Cambodia alongside as essentially a proxy war of the proxy war that was Vietnam. And my dad was a kid when the United States bombed the shit out of his hometown. Like, he was like 6 years old when, you know. And thankfully, you know, my parents didn't experience any of the experiences like napalm and Agent Orange and white phosphorus, like the chemical weapons in the United States, used illegally, by the way. They didn't experience any of that, but my dad has, like, one of the things that my dad is, he learned how to recognize A-10 gunships. So the A-10s, they're these aircraft that they when the way they attack, because they are air to surface, so they attack ground units. They strafe the ground with 50 cal machine guns and rockets, in a similar way like the old German Stukas did during World War II. They would strafe back and forth, and so the A-10s were brutal because they have two 50 cal Gatling cannons, and then like a series of rocket pods, and they can level shit in seconds. And A-10s they're not just scary to like the enemy. I've heard stories of A-10s doing accidental friendly fire in the Middle East on American soldiers, and A-10s will Swiss cheese the shit out of an American convoy. Because it's all, the rounds are 12.7 millimeter. Like, those are big rounds. And imagine 3,000 of them in a minute. Like when the A-10s, when they strafe, all you hear the A-10, which is like, and if you hear, you're fucked. Because the A-10 has just unleashed a barrage of 12.7 millimeter rounds at about 6,000 rounds per minute. And wherever you're standing is probably going to be filled with holes in about 10 seconds. If that. Yeah, like, it's weird because I remember there was a video I think that Vice did of a British SAS, like some British Special Forces soldier reacting to like the American arsenal. And even he's like, the fuck, America? And I'm an American, I'm like, the fuck, America? Like, it's fucked up because, like, it's fucked up even more too because, like, America, they have this thing where it's all about, like, they care about the veterans. They don't. Like, people, like our soldiers, they come back with severe mental issues, whether that be they become sadists or they become severely, traumatized, and it's never in between. It's always they either become evil or they become horribly, horribly broken. And there's no support for them when they come back at all. They see all these hellish things. And especially in the Middle East, kids, fighting kids. Like child soldiers and shit. Like, that shit haunts you. And all of these soldiers have no... Like, our mental health is already bad enough as it is. Our health system is fucked. Like, so you imagine that, and then you realize that, all that trauma, there's no way to talk it out and deal with it. And it's even worse for soldiers who serve in the special forces because there's a requirement for security clearance. Yeah, our health system is fucked. It is. We have the worst health system of any developed country in the world. It is the worst. Like, an injury can financially ruin an American's life. Like, a broken leg can financially ruin, the average American. Like, I am fortunate, even though I shouldn't have to say this, I am fortunate that my health, from a health standpoint, I am not vulnerable. However, unfortunately, my best friend, who's also my bandmate as an artist, who's a musician, my friend who's non-binary, long list of health issues. And getting care, medication for it is horrible. Like, here's another example. VTuber. I'm a V Shoujo fan. So I love Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse she is American. She's an American VTuber. She lives in the United States. She has what is it called? It's an immunodeficiency disease where she basically has no immune system. It costs her. She has to get blood plasma transfusions. I think once a week. It's either once a week or once a month. Every transfusion is $20,000. that she has to pay for. At that point, I 100% am okay with her being as big as she is on Twitch. Because if she wasn't as big as she is on Twitch, she would not be able to afford to live. But it's fucked that our system is built like that. And our healthcare is tied to our employer. Which, ironically, when you think about it, is like the most ass backwards thing. Because if you're sick, how are you going to find work? And you can't get your care unless you find work. But if you're sick, you can't find work. So you can't get the health care because you're sick. It's this... Every time we get close to... And it sucks too. Every time we get close to doing single-payer health care, somebody comes and fucks it up. And it's not even always the Republicans or the conservatives. Democrats do it too. Like the liberals do it here too. And the thing is, the way the politics are in the United States, in actuality, like this is the actual politics, right? The conservatives, the Republicans, the people who are right-leaning are really, really far right. Like, we're talking extremist level, right? Conservatives, that's Trump's party, Donald Trump's party. Joe Biden's party, the Democrats, what the UK would call Labour, the Liberals. They are what the Republicans used to be, which are the conservatives, the right-leaning. You probably heard of this man named Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders, on the political spectrum, is about 1 inch left of center. But he gets called a leftist. Me, I'm the fuck all the way over there to the point where I could, I find inspiration in Che Guevara and Fidel Castro. And even, the thing about Castro in particular, he's not really a communist. He says he is, but he's not. Do you get money from the government if you're not able to work? It depends. Here's what's fucked up about me, right? So, remember how I said I totaled my CX-5? Exactly 4 years before that, I totaled my previous car before that, which was a Toyota Camry. And I was Lyft driving at the time. Exactly 4 years. It was to the day. I totaled that car, the Camry, on December 23rd, 2019. Okay? Remember, COVID hit us in the United States. We locked down in March 2020. No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. I was driving for Lyft at the time. I had passengers in the car. And I rear-ended somebody by accident. That or the Camry is not a driftable car anyway. It's a front-wheel drive. Anyways, well, the old Camry. The newer ones are the all-wheel drive. You can probably drift those. But anyway, so I totaled my Camry exactly 4 years before my CX-5. Like I said, I rear-ended somebody. It was bad. Similar thing happened. Wasn't paying attention. Somebody slowed down to take a left turn and rear-ended. Their truck was fine. My Camry, not so much. Anyways, so total December 2019. Because I lost my main source of income at that time instead of in March, I could not get unemployment payments, which fucked me over in 2020. So to answer your question, can people get paid if they're not able to work? Yes, sort of. There's a lot of red hoops and paperwork and bureaucracy, that's the word, you have to go through it differs by state. Thankfully, Minnesota tends to lean slightly more left than the rest of the country. So our unemployment plans are much more robust than a lot of other states. But because of the timing of when I got into my accident, I could not get it, even despite COVID. And so it's yes with an asterisk. It is to answer your question to get paid by the government. And the unfortunate thing is, the way the requirements are set up, people who are abusive to the system, like abuse the system, are more likely to get approved than people who actually need it. And don't get me wrong, right? I don't mean to say that people who abuse the unemployment system should not get anything. It's like, fuck it, right? Like, I'd rather people abuse the unemployment system and like people who actually do need it actually get it. Because, we still get that. We got that at least. But it's fucked up that it's easier for somebody who will abuse the system to get it than someone who actually needs it. And it's one of the things, too, that I'm like, even like Scandinavia, like Norway, there's a lot of lessons we can learn from y'all. Abortion's a hot button topic here in the United States. And I tell them, like, well, why don't we just do it like Norway? Make birth control free and easy to access. We legalize the abortion. And by having free birth control, just from that alone, and I should also point out, also a really good, better sex education system. Because in certain areas, our sex ed is informed by religious fundamentalism, mainly in the southern parts of the United States. So, like, some people don't actually know, like, human anatomy and sexual anatomy in the United States. Like, there are legit people who just do not know. Does that sound good? Yeah, exactly. But like, abortion is such a big thing, and like, because the United States is so weirdly fundamentalist when it comes to religion, I'm not even going to say like, even like from a Christianity standpoint, it's like the right wing is informed by a lot of values that not just Christians, but like extremist Muslims, like I'm talking like ISIS, Al Qaeda, like extreme Muslims. Their ideology is the same as a lot of the like the far right wing Christian fundamentalist nuts. And then when you bring it up, they get this weird cognitive dissonance. And like the mental gymnastics they do is ridiculous. And it's fucked up too, like this, it's just a lot of things that are fucked up, But as far as the abortion thing is concerned, it's like, you make birth control easy to access and free, abortions go down. But here's the thing, right? I could go on and on about all these issues, all these social issues, whatever. In reality, it all comes back to kind of the same thing. And it all comes back to capitalism, because when you really think about it, why would a large corporation that benefits from capitalism, why would they want to make abortion illegal? Well, when people make babies, it strengthens their workforce. And in a capitalist society, those large corporations need a workforce to exploit. It literally all comes back to capitalism. And, like, it's weird. Because it's like, well, what about this? Capitalism. What about white supremacy? Capitalism. Like, it's so weird. That's kind of how it comes back to. But it does. And, even when it shouldn't make sense, when you start kind of following, like, retracing it back, it does. Like, that's the thing that is, like, kind of mind-blowing about it. Like, even, like, religious fundamentalism comes back to capitalism. Because guess what? Religious organizations in the United States do not have to pay taxes. If you are a business, what is one thing you would love not to do? Pay taxes. That's how you get people like Joel Osteen and, like, the super church pastors. Capitalism. And, presidents like Reagan didn't help either, but let's be real, right? In the United States, we've had 46 presidents. If you want to know how many of them are problematic, it's all 46. Like, even one of our early presidents, Thomas Jefferson, he was like a second or third, I forgot which one exactly. He's like, there's a whole thing about the founding fathers, like the people who started the United States. Thomas Jefferson, right, one of our founding fathers, one of the ones who founded the United States as a country, said this: man should be given the right to determine how this country is run. However, that does not include the black man, who only possessed 3/5 of the capacity of the white man. That does not count women, who should not furrow their brow in matters of politics. Thomas Jefferson said that. One of our founding fathers, one of the originators of the United States as a country, one of the people that a lot of conservatives and surprisingly a lot of Democrats tout as a positive influence, said that shit. Never mind the fact he also owned slaves. And it's funny, like, I'm a big Run the Jewels, so Run the Jewels is a hip-hop duo. It's Killer Mike and LP. They have a song called Just, J-U, and then the S is a $T. The chorus of the song, which is done by Pharrell Williams, of all people. You would not expect this from Pharrell. The chorus of the song is, look at all these slave masters posing on your dollar. If you look at all the peoples whose faces are on our currency, our banknotes, George Washington, $1 bill, owned slaves. $5 bill, Abraham Lincoln, didn't own slaves, but here's what's fucked up. What a lot of people don't realize is that Abraham Lincoln had gone on to say that if he could have ended the American Civil War without abolishing slavery, he would have done it. This is the same guy who Karl Marx had wrote a letter praising for trying to free the slaves, and the same man went around and said, if I could have ended the American Civil War without ending slavery, I would have preferred to have done it that way. Our $10 bill, Teddy Roosevelt. Guy was a right-wing nut. $20 bill, Andrew Jackson. Ironically, a guy who was anti-bank, anti-establishment, and they put his face on a $20 bill. And Andrew Jackson had a lot of other issues, and again, he also owned slaves. $50 bill, Ulysses S. Grant, if I remember, I think it's Grant, was one of the Union generals in the American Civil War. Yeah, he was racist too. Didn't own slaves, but he was racist as fuck. $100 bill, Benjamin Franklin. Man, that man's got a long laundry list of shitty things he's done and said. So, yeah, it's... This is America. As a wise rapper once said. And unfortunately, I live here. I will say, though, and this is one of the lessons I learned back when I used to be a Christian musician. I've learned... Because, you know, obviously there's a lot of reasons for me to be angry with the way the United States is and to be constantly on edge all the time because of the politics and the shitty things that happens here. But I've also learned that if I could be a light, like a positive light, and this is part of the reason why I stream. If I could bring joy, happiness, make someone laugh, make someone feel good. Because, like, I mean, obviously, because our health system's fucked, our mental health here is fucked too. You know, high rates of depression, suicide, mental illness here. If I can, as an entertainer, right? I will never claim to be a psychologist, therapist, psychiatrist, but as an entertainer, if one person who lives in this hellhole of a country has one moment of respite because of something funny that I said, or because I entertained them for a few hours, or I helped them forget about their problems for a few minutes, then everything that I have done and everything that I continue to do is worth it. And I remember, I'm going to tell a few more stories and I'll end the stream. One of the most crazy stories that I've had, and I have a few of these actually, is when I used to be a Christian hip hop DJ. It's like, you know, I was a DJ, but this is before I came out as queer. When I was a Christian hip hop DJ, there were shows that I would do, and I would find out later that someone who was at the show was at either like their lowest point or one of their lowest points in their lives. And they came to the show, and the show was the one thing that gave them hope for something. Like, one of the shows I did in... Oh, where was it? Was it Michigan? No. Wisconsin? So here's the thing. I have to say this too. Back when I used to do Christian music, I averaged 12 shows a month. Like, it was my full-time job doing music. And we traveled everywhere. So, like, I was deep in it. Like, real deep in it. So, it's part of the reason why, like, a lot of the shows kind of blur together. And I don't even remember, like, a lot of the shows that I've been at. There's a few that I definitely, like, stand out. But, where was this one? Was it Wisconsin? It might have been Wisconsin. So Wisconsin's the state next door to Minnesota. Was it though? It probably was. No, wait. No, this is not Wisconsin. This is is it Kansas City? No, it wasn't. It's not Kansas City. Oh, where's that one guy lived that we used to stay at his house? I'm trying to remember. And there was one guy. I forgot where it was exactly. But we've done multiple shows with him in the past. So like he'd book us for shows. And I remember because he was like a vice principal, or he had a connection with the local school in the town, so we could perform at the school. And I will never forget this. I remember that it was Wisconsin. I remember now. It was somewhere in, I think, central Wisconsin. It was a show, and I remember distinctly that particular show, even though we had done shows for him in the past, that particular show was bad because the band who was touring with us, who also supplied our sound system, had hit a deer the night before, and they were out of commission. So we had no sound system. We had to call somebody else. Like, we had to scramble. It was bad. And so I remember, like, that whole show was, like, rough from start to finish. Because we were working with people we had never worked with before, and they had no idea how we wanted our sound set up, and we had to scramble because it was, like, the day of. And it was even a miracle that we even got a sound system that day. It was on a Sunday. It was during the weekend. So, like, a lot of the other companies that would host, like, who would have that equipment, they would just not be available. We got lucky. And I remember we did that show, and I remember thinking to myself, like, man, this show was kind of scuffed because, like, everything went wrong. But I will never forget, we had a kid who was in the audience of that show. And, you know, when I perform, I'm all in. Like, there are pictures of me on the internet that, like, are like me in midair as I am mid-jump hyping up a crowd. Like, pictures of me exist on the internet of that. And I go nuts on stage. Like, I am insane. Like, I'm all over the place. Like, I use every square centimeter of that stage. And I am jumping around. I'm hyping up the crowd. I'm hyped myself. There's been a few times I've almost eaten shit, but I've never eaten shit on stage, thankfully. But this one show, I remember we were doing it, and I was like, man, I was burning up because we had no air conditioning either. It was hot. We were in a gym, and we're doing this show. And thankfully, I was being hydrated, so we had water. That was good. And I remember we had this kid. And I found out later this kid actually had cancer. And was in, like, he was, like, neck deep in cancer treatment. I forgot what kind, but it was one of the rougher ones. I think either radiation or chemo. And I remember this very distinct thing that was said was that this kid had not smiled in over 10 months because of the shit that he had to deal with. And that night, that concert was the first time he smiled in 10 months. I'll never forget that. And I remember I did another show. This might have been in Texas. Similar story. Yeah, it was Texas. We were doing a show in northern Texas. It was a small church. We had a good turnout, like 200 people. Like it was pretty good. And I remember very distinctly. We did the show, and the show was great. We had a good time. But I remember very distinctly after the show, there was this group that was like part of the church that was hosting the event. So they were like actually, you know, they were members of the church, and they were, in a group, and they were consoling somebody, and I had found out that one of the young girls, she was like a youth teenager, teenager, young adult teenager, but 16, 15, 16. And earlier in the week, she had just lost her dad in a car accident. And she didn't even want to come to the concert. And I remember so distinctly that she didn't want to come to the concert, and then she decided to come anyway. And she was talking to the other people that she was glad she showed up, because that concert was like that one light after a week of losing her dad in a car accident. That was that one light that she needed to get through the rest of the week. And that's twice I've learned the lesson of I have this talent, this gift of being entertaining. I am naturally performative. I love to perform. And now that I am out as queer, I am even more open about it. And it's one of those mindsets that I carry with me, even in streaming, because like, if one person shows up, even if it's like somebody that is part of my community, one of my mods or one of my devoted followers pops in, I'm not going to claim to say that my stream is a safe space. I just ranted for politics for the last 2 hours. But I will definitely go out of my way to be like, look, I don't want people to trauma dump either. Like, that's not a good thing to do in streams. But like, if somebody pops in and is like, either they haven't seen me or they've seen me, but it's one of those nights where I'm like in particularly good form that night, it's like that thought in my mind is like, there's somebody out there who's going to take what I'm doing right now, and they're going to remember something funny, or they're going to remember something that I said that tickled them, and I'm going to say something that, like, I'm going to react a certain way to something in a video game that they will remember forever because it was like an over-the-top reaction that they thought was really funny or entertaining. And it's going to implant in their memory banks. And it's going to come back and hit them. It's going to come back and hit them on like some random day when they're feeling down. I was like, oh, I remember that guy said something really funny. And they'll have a laugh, or, even like share a smirk, like, oh, that guy was good. Like, he says that guy said something really stupid, but I thought it was good. What do I do for work? I assemble medical devices. Ironically, I won't say the company. I have NDAs to follow, but I make life-saving devices. I am part of the assembly line. It's not great work. The pay is good, but it's not like, it's a lot of repetitive things. I make I don't even know if I can even say what the product is, but it's literally pay must be good with the PC. Remember, I took advantage of a lot of sales of this PC. And I spread it out, like the cost of it over a long period of time. Still though, I did put top tier, upper tier components in there, so it's not like I did not spend money, but the pay is decent enough. The sad thing is barely enough to live in the state that I live in. We'll say it's like the median, I guess, for where I live, or the minimum. But I make medical devices. Like a highly specialized medical device. How much I make? I work a lot of overtime, which is what sucks. But it's weird because I work overnights. I get paid extra for it. So I'm trying to remember like how it's all calculated. If I remember correctly, and I'm willing to talk about this because I feel like in the United States we should be allowed to talk about our pay, because one of the federal laws is that it is illegal for an employer to say that an employee cannot talk about their pay, and the reason why they have that law in place is so that we can negotiate for better pay. But I'm actually due for a raise in a month anyway, but I think about $23 an hour. Like, I think just under $23 an hour, which is, it's okay. If it was 10 years ago, that's a lot. And it's definitely not like when I used to work in IT. I used to work in IT, so I have a tech background. That's why I know a lot about tech. IT still pays a lot in the United States. The problem is that IT is also soul crushing in the United States. Just go on Reddit, look up IT horror stories. That's what life is like as an IT person. And like sometimes like you can't even leave work at work. I'm 16 and make 17 an hour, but things are more expensive. Yeah. You also have much better, you don't, one of the things I understand about Norway is that as far as like money you take home, it is way, way, way less, like percentage wise, than we take home here in the United States. But in Norway, your social, you have a lot more social, social programs, I guess. Is that the right word? Socioeconomic programs that are covered by the deductions from your pay. Things like healthcare, things like well, that's the big thing. But like like a lot of other things. And because I'm underage, I get everything I earn until I have made $7,000. So okay, hold on a second. What is the currency in Norway? They don't use the euro, do they? Because you're saying in dollars, and I'm like, oh. It's crones. Oh, okay. I forgot that y'all use the krone. Sure as hell beats the euro. Yeah, because we know how that went with Greece. Yeah. Yeah, so y'all still use your own currency. Similar to how the UK still uses the pound sterling. Whereas a lot of other, like mainland Europe, uses the euro, and that didn't go well, did it? I remember when France switched over. That was a shit show. Great idea in theory. Unfortunately, it was very, very poorly executed. But yeah, so $1 is about 10 krones. Okay, so krones, you don't use a decimal system, right, with your currency. So, for example, in the United States, $1 is 100 cents. So it'd be 1.00, and that'd be $1. We use a decimal. So we're the metric system, incidentally. And so we have incremental. So like our coins are incremental. So a quarter is 0.25 of a dollar, so 25 cents. So yeah, 0.25. Similar to in the British quarter, which is a quarter of a pound, 0.25 pounds, pence, I should say. So do you use decimals in with the krone, or is it like more like the yen, the Japanese yen, where it's more just the straight up numbers, and you use commas when you get above 1,000. If we do, we say the decimal. Okay. All right, so that's interesting. Because like currency is one of those things where I don't think anywhere really does it well. Because like it's like currency is so complicated, like in general. I can't even say just the dollar, because like so in Cambodia they use the riel, riel, the riel. So it's, I think for $1 is I think 4,500 riel. So the riel, they don't use the decimal. It's like the Japanese yen, where once they get above 1,000, they'll use the comma after 3. So in the thousands place, but beyond that, it's just pretty much a straight up number. As opposed to like the decimal, like the pound the British pound, the US dollar, Canadian dollar, I know uses the decimal. what are the fuel prices where you live? So we do things by gallon, because of course we do. So I will say this: Minnesota, our gas is a little bit cheaper than most of the places. Granted, in the city it's more expensive. The further out from the city you go, the cheaper it gets. But there are a lot of really complicated calculations to do. So let me see if so convert. Let's see, cost per gallon, convert to cost per liter. Price per liter to price per gallon. So can we get that in reverse, please? So let's see. What is the average right now? Let me look at my gas app. It's an app that tells me what the gas prices are locally. So per gallon right now, so say $2.95 per gallon. So it'll be 78 cents per liter right now. That's the current on average in the cities in Minnesota. If you go a little bit further to where it's like maybe $2.65 per gallon, I would say that comes out to about, well, let me do the calculations here. So if we did $2.65 instead, so it'd be 70 cents per liter. So it'd be 0.7 of a dollar. Here in Norway, about 23 crowns per liter. So okay, so you have 10 crowns is $1, right? Roughly. So that would be per, wow. That's expensive. I just did the math. I'm like, ooh. It's like, what's it say? Yeah, $2 something per liter. That's a lot. But the thing is, right? So like, how's their public transport in Norway? It's probably a hell of a lot better than it is here. It's fucked. Yeah, I bet it is. And Norway's not an oil-producing country either. Not where I live. See, that's the shitty thing, right? Like, if gas is expensive and your public transport sucks, you're fucked. But I have heard it's really bad in America. It depends. Remember how I said we have 50 states? Some states, like, for example, let's say Louisiana. So like the southern states, they might even be less than $2 a gallon right now. Like $2.65 is kind of average where I'm at right now. Less than $2 per gallon, like that's it's a lot. Now, here's the thing, right? Everything has a trade-off. In the United States, most of our oil that's produced in country is in the South, and most of the oil that we import from other countries goes through the South. The South gets the fuel cheaper. Can you send me some fuel? Here's the other thing. I don't know if it's going to be the right formulation either. I know there's differences in like ethanol level. There's like certain. What is it? There's like a certain formulation that like EU regulations are different than America. And I don't even know if like the EU regulations even apply to Norway. Like maybe Norway even has its own requirements for petrol that is drastically different than EU. I don't know. Ethanol probably because like petrol it's part of the reason why there's like certain cars never make it to the United States either. It's because oddly enough, despite the fact that we are a really, really bad polluter in the grand scheme of things, our emissions laws are really, really strict here. And like a lot of car manufacturers will basically spec, like when they build the spec of their cars, will just spec it to the American emissions laws because they're so strict. It just happens to pass everywhere else because of it. That being said, the reason why our pollution is so bad is because the United States pretty much requires a car to get anywhere. We are at 10% ethanol in the cheap fuel, and if we use it's 3 knock more per liter, we don't have ethanol. Ugh, that's a huge difference. That's not even like a little, like that's Okay, so as an example, so we have different octane ratings for our petrol here in the United States. We have 87, 89, and 91. It's unleaded plus premium. It's basically different levels of ethanol and different octane ratings. Typically, so for example, if we have a gas station that the standard petrol 95 octane with E10, we also have 95, but it's highly specialized here. It's not used in our vehicles, ironically. Like in our normal vehicles. 98 octane with zero ethanol. I don't know if we have 98 at least at our petrol stations. I know that we do have 95, and it's only certain vehicles that can use it. But we definitely do not have 98. And again, that might be calculated differently because it's a different standard of calculation. It might be that the formulation is very similar, it's just the octane rating is different because it's calculated differently. It's the same thing with alcoholic beverages in the United States. Alcohol in the United States is calculated by volume, whereas everywhere else is calculated by weight. That's how alcohol that's why the percentages are different. And also why it's getting drunk in America is like a crapshoot because of it. Thankfully, I can't drink. My body does not process alcohol correctly. I am unfortunate in being one of those poor Asians who cannot process alcohol correctly. But yeah, 98 octane, that's high, but at the same time, I wonder if there's a difference in the way it's calculated between the U.S. and everywhere else. Because, it could be that we have petrol that matches that spec, is just calculated differently. But that being said, right, so say we have premium, right? So you have your unleaded, which is a baseline petrol, and premium, which is what's used in sports cars, typically. And, the difference is, so it'll be like, so say your unleaded is $2.65 per gallon. The premium will probably be at most maybe $3.09 per gallon, like $3.09 per gallon. So you have $2.65, $2.85, maybe $2.99, we'll say. That's not much of a difference. But then I look at what you say about the 10% ethanol and the cheap fuel, and then for no ethanol, or the zero ethanol, that is 3 krona for difference. That's a big difference. Especially per liter. Because liters, what's the conversion? Liters into gallons, I think it's something like 1.6 liters converts into a U.S. gallon. And the thing is, what's weird is that the U.S. gallon and the imperial gallon are different. It's a different volume measurement. So even the U.S. is standard. What is it? Standard. What was I saying? I thought my phone went off. That's why I checked it. 1 gallon's 3.0. Oh, way off then. Yeah, so wait, is that U.S. gallons or imperial gallons? Because that's the thing. Because it's 2 different measurement systems. That's why U.S. measurement. Okay, so that is a proper U.S. gallon. Okay. I also feel really bad, especially for British people, because they want to find a recipe to make something, and all the measurements are in American. At which point I'm just I'm so sorry. And here's what's messed up. It's not even necessarily the United States' fault that we are stuck using our measurement system. It's actually as a result of pirates. So that's one of the things that is actually not necessarily our fault, unfortunately, that we are stuck using. And I also feel bad for the Brits because they're in this weird in-between world where half their measurements are imperial and the other half is in metric. And it's they measure speed and distance in metric. But then they have their own. I was a pirate, so yeah, I suppose that's true. as a matter of fact, it might actually have been the Viking pirates that were actually kind of the reason why we are stuck using our twisted Imperials. Like, I have to double check on that one. That one citation needed, but I know it was due to pirates, which is why the United States is stuck using our measurement system that we use. Not necessarily because it had something to do with like cargo, I think, and like finding a loophole when it came to like cargo, and so it was just one of the things that kind of stuck, unfortunately. I think that's what it was, but I have to double check on that. But in any case, as I was saying, it's interesting to like hear, because like, I mean, obviously, things are fucked up here, but again, like we're living, like, it's not like 375 million people live here in the United States. It's not like, I mean, yeah, we live in a hellhole, but it's not like hellish all the time. I will admit that. Like, and again, America does certain things like Twitch. The existence of Twitch is one of those examples. YouTube as well. Like being able to, like the internet was invented in the United States, just by tech bros in Silicon Valley in California. The companies that are now, we realize, are very evil, like Alphabet, who owns Google and YouTube. Yeah, a lot of those people, they helped form the internet. They connect us to, connect a Norwegian teenager to a Cambodian American streamer in the United States. There are 5 million people. A town in the U.S. is bigger? Yes. Although I have to hand it to y'all, I know that Norway, y'all consume more comics than almost every other country in the world except for Japan. It's a weird stat, but one I'm like, it's crazy that you do that with 5 million people. Like, y'all aren't not even 1% of the population of the United States. Did I do my math right? 5, 3, yeah. No, wait, no, I don't think I did hold on. I think I might have did my math wrong. 5 divided by 375. Yeah. 1.3. Norway has 1.3% the population of the United States. But y'all have a much higher happiness rating than we do. But I mean, think about our politics and our system. It's not easy to. It's not hard to be more happy. When you have systems that are even reasonably okay. The bar is low. Is what I'm trying to say. But like the comics stat kind of surprised me, because it's like y'all read more comics than every other country except for Japan. There are many obese people in the United States. Hello. I'm not obese. I'm overweight. If I was obese, I would not be able to move. But yeah, a lot of obese people in the United States. It's again, and it's not necessarily even their fault either. Because when you look at the cost, like the way the cost of food works here, the shitty food is cheaper. The shitty food is also what causes obesity. We don't make enough money here. Yes, it is. That is unfortunately true. Like, healthy food costs more here. And the reason why is capitalism. A lot of the food companies, including Monsanto, they can go fuck themselves, and Nestle for that matter, lobby politicians to make things like produce more expensive than meat. Fruits and vegetables cost more than meat. Because corporations manage to essentially bribe the politicians into passing policies that make it harder for ordinary people chug it. All right, fuck it. Wait, hold on. Don't I have I have a redeem to finish, don't I? Hold on. Let me double check. Do I have a finish the drink? I don't. I'll check it. Fuck it. Hell yeah. Yeah, and I want to be very clear about something real quick as well. Lobbyists. So they're the ones who will... lobbyists in the United States are the ones who convince politicians to pass policies and laws. Lobbyists in and of themselves are not evil. Corporate lobbyists are, because corporate lobbyists serve to benefit corporations. But we do have lobbyists for education, lobbyists for things like different charities and stuff. Well, they will try to lobby politicians into passing laws on behalf of the people. Some of them are more successful than others. But unfortunately, the thing about corporate lobbyists is that because they are backed by corporations, aka money, and we have some really, really weird loopholes about the way money moves in politics here, with things like PACs, super PACs, and stuff like that. It basically means that a lot of our politics are controlled by blood money. And it is nowhere more evident than in the way our military operates. So in the United States, I'm pretty sure you've heard this. In the United States, we spend more on our military than the other top 5 countries spend on their military combined. And what's fucked about that is that a lot of that money isn't seen by the actual soldiers. That money goes to corporations that manufacture the weapons. Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, Colt, that makes they make a lot of the M16s and M4s. We spend more on our military than the next 5. Yeah. Don't know necessarily about the free lawyers. That's a little bit different. But we definitely spend more than on healthcare for sure. And what's fucked too is that like the way our current healthcare system is set up, it would actually be cheaper if we used basically your system, Norway's system of healthcare. It would actually cost the country less than our current system, which is even more fucked. The problem why we can't do that is because of the powerful corporations who will spend a lot of money on lobbyists and PACs, which are basically just money packages for politicians, to manipulate them, get the politicians into their pocket, and basically do things to serve the interests of the insurance companies, the interest of the corporations to make more money. And yeah, the way our system works, the way the capitalist system works, is that it's essentially profits over people. And it's weird when I talk about like companies, even in countries that are also capitalist but are much more restricted, i.e. Japan. When you look at a company that does well to their employees, like for example Toyota, the car maker Toyota, like Japan fumbled the Japanese government really fucked their COVID response when COVID was in full swing. Toyota actually got ahead of the government and did things like, hey, if you have the ability to work from home, we'll help you work from home. If you have a job that requires you to come in here, we're going to close down the factories. We do not want you to die. It's weird. And like, even Toyota, if you understand their business philosophy, literally Toyota and Honda both follow the reliability over profits business model. That's why Hondas and Toyotas are unkillable. Well, that's part of the reason why. The other reason is that Toyota in particular, here's an interesting fact for you. Toyota has a requirement for their parts manufacturing to not have more, or to basically, their tolerances for their parts is 0.999996. Which, if you did the math, that means that for every million parts sold, so million, for every million Toyota parts sold, 3.2 of them have defects out of a million. In other words, the reason why Toyota cars and trucks are harder to kill than cockroaches is because they have such high standards in their manufacturing and quality that they literally have a near impossible 100% reliability rating because they have such high requirements. And so I thought that was an interesting tidbit because I'm like, that's why like every Toyota I've owned won't die. That I didn't crash. Like KTM be like 110 part fail after first use. And it's funny you mentioned KTM. And then meanwhile, right next door you have Sweden with Volvo. But yeah, like Toyota's like their quality control is insane. And I remember like I spent some time on Reddit. I love hearing the stories of like engineers who don't work for like Toyota. They work for like companies that supply like Toyota software, for example, that they use to make their parts. And like their requirements are so damn high. It's like I think it was an electrical engineer who said, if you buy a car, the only companies I trust are Japanese. Because they have such a high, like, their floor is higher than most other car manufacturers' ceilings when it comes to the quality of the way they manufacture their cars. And it's funny because, like, you know, especially in America, there's this whole, you know, American exceptionalism, you know, this pride in being American, that we are different than the rest of the world. Sure, yeah, we had muscle cars, but the muscle cars break down a lot because they have some big-ass engines that have a lot of big-ass problems. That a lot of them have since worked out in modern days, but, you know, when you look at, what is the archetypal, like, American performance car versus the archetypal Japanese performance car, the American performance car has got a big-ass engine in it and physically is quite large. Meanwhile, in Japan, you probably got something like it's weird that, like, for example, like Nissan somehow managed to figure out how to make a 3-cylinder engine put out over 1,000 horsepower. In other words, Nissan somehow managed to figure out how to make a 3-cylinder engine put out 1 kilowatt of power. That's insane. And that's without a turbo. Granted, that is not a car that will work in a production vehicle. It was purpose-built for one of the race cars. But a 3-cylinder, and the engine itself is light enough to where you can hold it in your arms, can put out 1 kilowatt of power. That doesn't even get into like how almost especially in the 80s and 90s, late 80s, I should caveat that almost every Japanese manufacturer had a supercar under their belt that didn't look like a supercar. So when it comes to power, that's the only thing in metric I don't know. I understand metric horsepower. I do not understand how to convert horsepower to kilowatts. That's a very different equation. But a little tidbit about Japanese cars is that every Japanese manufacturer at one point or another has had one performance vehicle that could smoke every other car in the world, even Ferrari and Lamborghini. And it would be sold for less than, well, it'd be the equivalent to about $35,000 in US dollars. So probably about like the cost of maybe a mid-range luxury vehicle. And I could definitely tell you which ones too. Like Toyota had the Supra. That car was in direct response to Nissan, who released the Skyline GTR. That car was so damn fast, it earned the nickname Godzilla. The Nissan Skyline GTR is a monster. And when the first Skyline GTR with the legendary RB26 engine, the one that is famous in the Skyline GTR, not the new GTRs, the older ones. The RB26 engine, like the first generation that it came out with in the 1980s, was only advertised as having 276 horsepower, or 280 metric horsepower. The real numbers were triple that. And this is from a 2.6 liter 6-cylinder. Not some big ass V8 like you get in the United States. A 2.6 liter straight 6 engine with double turbos. But let's go on. Mitsubishi makes the best turbochargers in the world. If the car has a turbo in it, it's probably either a Mitsubishi turbo or the design is based on a Mitsubishi turbo. Mitsubishi, their claim to fame is the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution. Specifically, the Evo 6. The 6th generation Lancer Evolution has not a particularly large 4-cylinder engine, turbocharged, but can lap a Porsche. Let's look at Mitsubishi's biggest competitor, Subaru. Subaru is the only company not named Porsche to make a boxer engine ridiculous. My father has a Lancer 10, but it's not Evo. I wish. Yeah, I thought about getting an Evo because I can afford one now, but like, I'm like, I don't like the 10. Like the 10 is the one generation I don't like because it has a different engine. The Evos 1 through 9 all have a 4G, the 4G63. The Evo 10 has the 4B11. It's a completely different engine. Maybe as a summer car, I might get an Evo. And it's probably going to be an 8 or a 9. Because those, besides 8, 9, and 10 are the only ones we got here. I would rather get an 8 or a 9 over the 10. And like the 8 over the 9. Because the 9 is actually heavy. Like, as a car, it's pretty heavy. But so, yeah, like, so Mitsubishi's biggest competitor, Subaru. What do they have? Oh, that's right. The Subaru WRX STI Impreza. You know, the one car that basically nabbed Japan almost every World Rally Championship for like 12 years. With a turbocharged EJ 2.5 liter boxer engine that even Porsche was like, how did they do that? Like, okay, so, well, what about Mazda? Well, Mazda didn't just have one. They had two. Mazda had the RX-7. A rotary engine powered coupe. Yeah. 1.3 liters. That's it. 2 rotors. Thing had a red line of like 9,000 RPM. It didn't put out a lot of horsepower, right? Like the power ratings for the Wankel engine in the RX-7 was not super great. But it produced a shit ton of torque. RX-7s can launch like no other car, like from Japan. Like that, like those things will smoke your ass in the first part of a drag race. Like, and then it'll rev up the high RPMs to make it the rest of the way. But like, the problem with the rotary engines that you have to rebuild them after like 2 or 3 runs because like the seals wear out really fast, and they burn oil really fast too. That's the weakness of the rotary. But they had that, and not only did they have that, but they also made the Miata, which happens to be the most popular 2-door roadster ever made. And even though the Mazda Miata is not a particularly fast car, it's a very fun car that you can make a particularly fast car. There are stories. So in American car culture, one of the running jokes for racing culture here in the United States is whenever somebody talks about doing an engine swap, you'll always hear at least one person say, LS swap it. So LS is the engine that made by GM, General Motors, that is used in the Corvette. The Chevy Corvette. That Corvette. Yes. You know, one of the best American sports cars ever made, not called the Ford Mustang. Yeah, that one. And the reason why is you can buy the engine, an LS engine, for really, really cheap. It's a small V8 engine. It's not a very big engine. You can fit an LS engine inside of a Volvo 240 pretty easily. They are not very big engines, but they are very torquey. They have a lot of torque because they're V8s. And they have the potential to put out a lot of power because it's the Corvette engine. Of course they can. Those engines are nearly bulletproof. It's like America's only good engine that like up until recently. And so I've seen people take and drop a GM LS, like an LS2 or an LS3 from a C6 Corvette and drop that bitch into a Mazda Miata, and it turns that Miata into a fucking death trap. But it'd be a fun death trap, and you will die with a big ass smile plastered on your face. Because like the Miata is already a fun to drive car, and you put that much power behind it, it's like you're strapping yourself up to a rocket, and even if you know you're gonna die, it's gonna be the best time of your life. You're gonna die happy. And, you know, I wouldn't even put it past myself. I would probably LS swap an MX-5 just for the hell of it. But there's better uses of an LS engine that I can think of because I have such weird taste in cars. My number one dream car is a car that you can't get in the United States. At least not easily. But nonetheless, I should probably get to bed because I got to wake up and work tonight. So thanks for getting me going, Gumby. If you pop up on Saturday, that'd be cool. If you don't, that's cool too. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. I am not going to raid. I'm tired. I'm probably just going to crash, you know, crawl into bed, get all nice and warm and fuzzy. And oh, just the thought of it. But again, thank you for stopping by, Gummy. I'm shocked that you had well, not shocked, but I am pleasantly surprised that you managed to find me in a game that has a very niche interest in, because that's kind of what I do. Is I do a lot of niche games. I'm trying to change that, but it's I'm definitely trying to open myself more because I used to hate playing multiplayer games because I've been burned so bad by communities in the past. For example, I'll never play League of Legends. I will never play Valorant again. I have a perfect record of Valorant. I have 1 win. And you and some dude who didn't talk showed up. So I stayed here. So I'm the only one who actually did commentary. Wow. That's kind of sad. Because like Twitch is like so perfect for like the way it's designed. That and Nico Nico Japan. Which is basically Japan's version of Twitch. It's just that their chat works differently. But similar concept is live streaming with a chat room. Like Twitch is like perfectly built for audience interaction, and like I would love to run even like podcasts, like nerdy podcasts on Twitch. It's like, hey, what's new in gaming and anime, you know? But yeah, you know, much love to you though, Gumby, for sure. I love that you stuck around. Don't really care that like I'm staying up because like you got me going, and I love interacting with Twitch chat. It's so much fun. And you know, one day if I make it big, if I don't, that's cool. But if I do, that's cool too. You know, if I get to collab with like some of the streamers that I look up to, like RT Game is one of the streamers I look up to. Like I love the Irish, the lads, as it were, because they are genuinely really, really funny. I'm a big Yogscast fan as well. I don't catch their streams very often just because they stream when I'm sleeping. But big Yogscast fan. Just inspiring how happy about it. I'm not. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm happy. I try to be more positive. But if you ever get a chance to meet my best friend, I'm not. I won't say I'm necessarily not positive, but I'm definitely. I'm dramatic. I'll say I'm very dramatic. But my best friend, they are like genuinely like always like very joyful and happy. And real quick about my best friend, they're the ones that I talk about who's pagan, and they actually have, because of their past, every reason to be mad at the universe, to be mad at their lot in life, to be mad at the hands that they were dealt, because you know they were horribly abused as a child and you know, lived through some very traumatic and harrowing things, things like you know sexual assault, and to make it worse, like there's even a story of my best friend who almost got sexually assaulted by someone who worked at Blizzard because of our connections to the game industry. Because turns out I used to help run esports for Blizzard. Not like directly part of the company. We were sanctioned to run Hearthstone events, but that's another story. Nonetheless, my best friend has every right to be angry at the universe, and I'm you know I'm somebody who you know I get angry at a lot of things. You know I live in America, of course. You know I get angry at like the way people are treated and exploited, and especially by you know Black people and Asian people and indigenous people who live here. We are treated as second-class citizens, even though the government will never outright say it. And the way the system is designed, that's how we are treated by default. And you know, I get angry about stuff like that, and I get like I get like really angry, you know. And my best friend, you know, they have every reason, every possible reason, to be more angry than me, and they just aren't. They're very whimsical. They're a witch. So like I have like a spell that I have on my shelf that they gave me that is supposed to help with mental health that I don't really use because I don't feel like I need to use it. Like I feel like I'm not in a place to where I need to use it, but I have that as an option. And they're always very whimsical, and you know they have a daughter, and we as like a family, as like a village, as a commune, because I used to live with them in a commune, you know, we raise the best friend's daughter as someone who to be compassionate and to be joyful. And it's funny because my best friend's daughter is very similar to me. She worries about a lot of things. She gets mad on the behalf of other people. If you've seen Jujutsu Kaisen, we're very similar to the main character. We get mad on behalf of other people. We get mad at injustices. We worry about things like that. And my best friend, it's not to say that they don't worry about it, but they always, and they're pacifists too. Like I'm more of like a revolutionary. I would be someone who would not be afraid to use violence and be at the front of like a violent revolution, not unlike Che Guevara in Cuba or Fidel Castro. But my best friend is a pacifist and understands that, and I agree with him that nonviolent means of civil disobedience tend to work a lot better. They're much more effective. And, you know, we have proof of this with the violent unrest during Hitler's reign in Germany, when a lot of the anti-Nazi, anti-fascist groups would cause violent insurrections to fight against the Nazis, and they all died. The revolution got quashed before they had a chance to really get it going. And like, you know, I'm dramatic. I'm very, you know, I wouldn't say I'm very angry, but I get wound up when it comes to like things like injustice. And my best friend, like, yeah, they get concerned, but if you ever get a chance to catch a stream with me and my best friend, you will see that I am nowhere even close to the way you describe me as somebody who's happy and positive. I try to be positive. Streaming helps me be positive because, again, I have the mentality of let's be a light for somebody. But I wouldn't necessarily say I'm happy. I get wound up. I'm very passionate. I'm very dramatic. I have a flair for being a performer, of course. But if my best friend ever gets back into streaming, because we used to stream together, and oh my goodness, we created magic together. Me and my best friend. We used to stream marbles, and we had such a huge following. People to this day still ask if we will ever make a comeback as a duo on Twitch. And I'm like, I'm okay with it. It's up to if they're okay with it, because Twitch, like, streaming is exhausting. I don't mind it. I love doing it, but it takes a lot of energy. And you know, I don't want to wear out my best friend. But one day, you know, we may be able to stream again together as a duo. Maybe within the next half decade, next 5 years, who knows? I do plan on moving in the next 5 years, which is going to suck because moving always sucks. But it's, you know, moving someplace that's away from the city. How long did it take me to get good at car mechanics? I have it on fair advantage because I'm autistic. And like a game like that is like plays right into that. And the thing is that like I'm not even that good at it. I just kind of know how the game works. I'm not into games. This is the last thing I'll talk about. I don't get into games the same way my brother does. So my brother, like I'm an anime fan who plays video games. My brother is a gamer who happens to like anime. So we're opposites in that way. Like I pretty much prioritize watching only anime. Like I don't even watch like American Western movies anymore. Or TV. Like I pretty much almost exclusively watch anime, and I will go out of my way to watch anime. Because I love anime so much. It just that happens to be that gaming is something I like to do for fun. Like, and that happens to be adjacent to it. So I don't get into games the same way my brother is. My brother is one of those where if he plays a game that is an esport, so any game that's like CS:GO, Counter-Strike, my brother knows enough about the game to where he could be a commentator or an analyst for like the professional leagues if he wanted to be. I don't get into games like that. I will understand the game, but I won't get into like the nitty gritty of it. So like in the case of Car Mechanic Simulator, because it's a game that I happen to love, I just decided to start streaming it just because it's like it's a good game to where I can talk shit while playing it. And this comes as part of somebody who I used to be a Let's Player on YouTube. I used to have a big following on YouTube before everything went to shit. One of my videos had 500,000 views on YouTube, and then everything changed. But that's another story. But I learned as somebody who streams video games that there are certain games that I'm very good at playing and talking at the same time. You will not see me play a lot of stealth games. I get too focused. And I don't talk much if I play a stealth game. If I play a game that has a lot of action, so you know, say I did a Call of Duty, I spent a lot more time being dramatic and reacting to it, while also making jokes with chat while playing it. If I play a game that is not, I don't do horror games. I'm too highly strung. I'm too much of a wuss to play horror games. But if I'm playing a game that's kind of horror adjacent, think something like a Metroid game. If I'm like, because I do plan on streaming Metroid Dread in the future, that is a game where I will outright say this shit scares me, and I think we're about to have a good clippable moment. Like, And that's the thing about horror games is when you watch somebody else stream it, it is a lot of like funny moments of like the way we react. There's a disconnect there, but with all that being said, as far as Car Mechanic Simulator, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm good at it. I just know the game, and that's really it. I just played it enough to where I kind of understood, okay, I know if I do this, this, and this, I get more credits doing this. If I do this and this, it's going to be less of a profit, but I need to build up to where I can get to this point. I understand how the game works, but that's about it. I don't know like any of the exploits. I don't know any of the glitches or anything like that. I don't get into games to that level. Even Cyberpunk, like I love Cyberpunk 2077. It went from a game to where I'm like, man, this was bad to like, wow, this is actually a game that I would play a lot. And I'm actually in my third run in Cyberpunk right now. And even that game, I'm like, I don't care about the glitches and the exploits. Like I do like meta builds, like I'll do builds based off a guide if I want to play a certain way, but I won't get into the nitty gritty of, okay, if I did this, it'll trigger this to occur this way, or it'll do this glitch so I can speedrun this or whatever. My best friend is like that with like the old Pokemon games, like Pokemon Red, Yellow, and Red, Blue, and Yellow from back in the day, like on the Game Boy. Like they get into like how the game works, like the mechanics. But anyway, yeah, time for bed. Yep, I should be going to. So thank you for stopping by. If you pop on Saturday, cool. If you don't, that's cool too. I'm always here on Thursdays, and I'll be here on Tuesdays starting in March. So thank you for stopping by. And I was surprised to find out how young you were, but it's good. So I just want you to make sure that you understand that like a lot of VTubers, my chat can get a little my stream can get a little horny sometimes. But nonetheless, thank you for watching. And for the rest of you who may not be in chat who are watching, I will see y'all the next time. So if you're going to bed, get you some good sleeps. I'm going to bed. I'm going to try to get me some good sleeps. Otherwise, whatever we get up to, make sure you stay safe out there. And I wish you all the best. And I hope that y'all have a wonderful, wonderful time. And if you're not having a wonderful time, at least hopefully it help you feel a little bit better. So I will see y'all. Next stream is on Saturday night, my time. So I will see y'all next time.